Chapter 394. 25 years ago, Diwu Qingro had seen the celestial phenomenon. Therefore, he had shouldered the mission of his clan and had come to the lower three heavens with the ambition of unifying the world. Following the heavens' will was the way to success. How could Diwu Qingro have chosen the wrong side with the celestial phenomenon as a guide? Therefore, he had entered Great Zhao as he wished. He had slowly grasped power and had eventually become an ambitious and ruthless person who could command the world by himself. However, the celestial phenomenon had suddenly changed at the time of the decisive battle. This was undoubtedly telling him, all your efforts are just a joke. You are being toyed with, that's all. The black celestial phenomenon you saw is fake. It's fake. The real thing has only appeared now. This was equivalent to toying with Diwu Qingro's life's work. Why would Diwu Qingro have sought refuge with Great Zhao if he had known that the heavens would eventually belong to Iron Cloud? He had suddenly changed his mind when he could no longer look back. Moreover, it was an irresistible heaven's will. How could this not make Diwu Qingro mentally and physically exhausted? Even if it's heaven's will, I will make heavens will pay the price. However, Diwu Qingro's elegant beard was stained with blood. His eyes suddenly turned gloomy as he fiercely muttered to himself, even if I can't reverse it, I, Diwu Qingro, can't be humiliated. Even if heavens will can't be reversed, I will bury these 8 million soldiers with me. I want the world to remember the name of Diwu Qingro. The armies of the two countries frequently killed each other in the next half-month. The war had reached a stalemate. Diwu Qingro's crafty schemes came out one after another. He created a diversion in the east and attacked in the west. It seemed as if his ingenious schemes were endless. Iron Cloud had Tai Longcheng, Tai Butian, and King of Hell Chu on their side. Diwu Qingro's strategy could be described as unfathomable. His insight into the war situation was so keen that it made people's hearts cold. Diwu Qingro had the overall situation under his control. He wantonly dispatched his army. The Golden Horse Riders Department's army was especially unpredictable. Diwu Qingro knew that his original arrangement was useless now that King of Hell Chu had returned. They would only be defeated by the enemy if they were to disperse. Therefore, he formed another army under Jing Minghun's command. The lethality of this army became even more terrifying. There were dozens of battles every day, but there was no sign of a decisive battle. Tai Longcheng, Tai Butian, and Chu Yang had been forced to separate under his immense pressure. He confronted Diwu Qingro. However, during this period of time, Chu Yang had fallen into a strange state of mind. Things started half a month ago. Ever since Chu Yang had given Wu Qingqing the secret manual, she had been allowed to cultivate it by herself. But on the night of the next 2 days, Wu Qingqing came to Chu Yang's tent uneasily. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What is it? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang, I seem to have broken through. Wu Qingqing was a little uncertain. With some fear and helplessness, she said, No, I didn't act recklessly. I just followed the mental cultivation method of the Ice Jade Divine Technique, and then I discovered the bottleneck of this mental cultivation method. I didn't feel it, but I advanced to the 4th grade of Martial Master. Huh. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Let me see. Even if you are a genius, you can't be this fast. Chu Yang grabbed Wu Qingqing's wrist. His energy entered her body and circled around her meridians. He didn't find any abnormalities. Unwilling to give up, he probed again. Again, he only found vigorous vitality. There is no problem. Chu Yang withdrew his hand and scratched his head. No problem? Wu Qingqing was a little uneasy. Then should I continue cultivating? Cultivate. You should be happy that your strength has increased. Why are you panicking? Chu Yang said. He thought to himself, it seems that she was already on the verge of breaking through the 3rd grade of Martial Master. Chuan, now is the time for a breakthrough. Yes, it must be like this. Then, on the next night, Wu Qingqing came again. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What is it? Chu Yang asked. This Chuan. I seem to have broken through again. Wu Qingqing stammered. Huh. Chu Yang was shocked. What grade is it now? Could it be that she advanced from 4th grade to 5th grade in one day? Isn't this too fast? Martial Master Grade. Wu Qingqing was flustered. She wanted to cry. What is going on? How can I break through with just one practice? Could there be a problem? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. After a thorough examination, Chu Yang was sure that there was nothing wrong with Wu Qingqing's body. Moreover, the Xian-Yin revolving technique was also operating normally. He was finally sure. There is nothing wrong. Wu Qingqing left with a heavy heart. Chu Yang also sat down with a heavy heart. So strange. She broke through with just one practice. She broke through with just one practice? Chu Yang was thinking. What is going on? This girl didn't eat any treasures. Wu Qingqing didn't come for 3 days. Chu Yang also let out a sigh of relief. But on that day, after dealing with Diwu Qingrou's attack, Wu Qingqing came again. Chu Yang. What? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. You didn't break through this time? I broke through to Martial Great Master. Huh. Minister Chu staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chu Yang had always shocked others with his cultivation speed. Now, he finally had a taste of it himself. In half a month, Wu Qingqing and big sister Wu Qingqing rushed to Martial Great Master grade unstoppably. Towards the end, Chu Yang was shocked until he was numb. It was really too fierce. Later, Chu Yang really couldn't sit still and asked the sword spirit. Then, the sword spirit was also shocked. He asked Chu Yang to call Wu Qingqing over and let him take her pulse. After that, the sword spirit was speechless for a long time. What's wrong? Chu Yang asked anxiously. I can't help it. This is really... The sword spirit said speechlessly. This is really heaven's will. Heaven's will? Chu Yang blinked. This Miss Wu Qingqing actually has the Xian defense body, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. The sword spirit said speechlessly. And I originally had a few female cultivation techniques here, but for convenience, I took out the one beside me. And this is the most powerful one. Chu Yang asked in confusion. Why? Is it inappropriate? It's not that it's inappropriate, but this technique is completely tailor-made for her. The sword spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You still remember the name of this technique? Xian-Yin transformation? Pill. It's the Xian-Yin transformation. The sword spirit sighed. Only after the transformation can one form the Xian-Yin female body. And this confidant of yours was actually born with the Xian-Yin body. What do you think is wrong? Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. You mean, she omitted the transfer procedure? The sword spirit nodded speechlessly. That's right. She started cultivating the Xian-Yin Qi. For her, the first half of this technique is equivalent to a smooth path. There are no bottlenecks at all. She just needs to circulate the technique, and she can easily advance. Asterisk, asterisk. Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swear. Because of his agitation, he actually said this sentence. And at this time, Chu Yang was still taking Wu Qingqing's pulse. This was equivalent to holding her hand and saying, "Fuck." What kind of image was this? Wu Qingqing's face immediately turned red. She fiercely rolled her eyes at him and raised her eyebrows. What did you say? I cough. Chu Yang coughed awkwardly and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I said, fuck. After fuck, my martial power might not be as high as yours, humph. Wu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. She didn't know what this guy was thinking, so she didn't argue with him. But her face became redder and redder. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was already laughing. You're such a hooligan. It's all your fault. Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said fiercely, continue. Her advancement now is equivalent to the female Xian-Yin Qi and her meridians being completely transformed into Xian-Yin Qi. It's almost over. But after that, she has the yin-yang dual jades in her body. She also has the Xian-Yin body and can cultivate Xian Qi. This progress can only be described as terrifying. What's the highest level of achievement? Chu Yang asked. Can she become a martial emperor? Martial emperor? The sword spirit disdainfully curled his lips. Martial emperor is nothing. Martial monarch? Martial monarch? Nothing. Asterisk asterisk. Martial saint? Chu Yang's eyes had already turned into bells. Martial fate? The sword spirit muttered. Chu Yang thought that he was going to say martial saint again. Nothing. At this time, the sword spirit finally opened his mouth. If she doesn't break down halfway and by chance, she should be able to cultivate to martial saint or even higher. It should be possible. But this path is full of difficulties and obstacles. It's easier said than done for a woman to cultivate all the way to the top. Chu Yang was stunned. Martial saint and even higher? Wouldn't that make her a supreme martial artist? His heart automatically ignored the last two sentences. It's a pity that the person who created the revolving Xian technique didn't cultivate to the supreme martial artist level. So, at the final stage, if she wants to go further, she can only create it herself. The sword spirit sighed. Because the creator of this technique, the Xian martial fate, didn't have the Xian body at the beginning of cultivation, Chu Yang was finally really shocked. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Wu Qingqing, whose face was full of anticipation and uneasiness. He sighed and said, "There's nothing wrong with the technique you're cultivating." But when Wu Qingqing heard him say "but," her heart jumped. She asked, "What's wrong?" "But it's too compatible with your physique. That's why your cultivation speed is so fast." Chu Yang warned seriously, "After this, don't let anyone test your physique. Also, don't tell anyone about the technique you're cultivating. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to grow." "I understand." Wu Qingqing nodded firmly. She asked with a face full of expectation, "Can I cultivate to the martial king level with this technique?" Because in her opinion, the lowest standard to enter the upper three heavens was the martial king level. So she was very concerned about this martial king level. Martial king level, Chu Yang wanted to say, "Maybe you'll be a martial king level after cultivating for half a year." But after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He said, "Absolutely. And it'll be very fast as long as you work hard enough." "I'll work hard." Wu Qingqing clenched her small fist. Chapter 395. Sword Spirit heaved a long sigh and said, "But you have to go to the upper three heavens or the lower three heavens to reach a certain level. But you can improve in the lower three heavens." Chu Yang frowned. He looked at the pleasantly surprised Wu Qingqing and said, "I will ask for her opinion when the time comes." Wu Qingro had been venting his energy like a madman during this stalemate. Ironcloud could only passively defend. Tai Long Chung felt that this super abnormal phenomenon was very inconceivable. The wind doesn't last forever. The rain doesn't last forever. Wu Qingro understood this principle. He would get tired and take a break from his indiscriminate bombardment. But Iron Cloud would counterattack at that time, and Wu Qingro would feel very uncomfortable. Why would this wise man of his generation make such an obvious mistake? Chu Yang didn't feel anything about this. He only calmly looked at his 300,000-strong army. Chu Yang was like an immovable mountain, no matter how Wu Qingro bombarded indiscriminately. He was sure that Wu Qingro had a plan. Wu Qingro's decisive battle would come when the dagger would be revealed. Moreover, this was a battle tactic. Both sides were tired. Great Zhao soldiers were physically tired, but their spirits were high. They could see that their mortal enemy could only let go, and they could attack to their heart's content. As a soldier, this was incomparable to their spirit. On the other hand, Iron Cloud's side was sullen and depressed. They could only withdraw and defend in the face of the enemy's indiscriminate bombardment. They had to use all their strength to prevent their position from being destroyed. How could they not be sullen? But they couldn't act blindly without thinking. Wu Qingro's army would fiercely gather once there was a gap in the defensive line. Then, they would expand the gap and attack the entire army. Everyone could see this clearly. This was because every time they attacked, they would send out 3 troops from different directions. 2 of the troops would be on the lookout, while the last one would charge and attack. It was obvious that as long as there was even the slightest mistake on your side, the other 2 troops would immediately join in and tear apart the gap. The other attacking troops would have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation if they were to deploy troops from other barracks. Wu Qingro's battle tactic was crazy and effective. Chu Yang had a faint feeling. Wu Qingro seems to be deliberately forcing the armies of the 2 countries to a point of eruption. Once they are at the end of their rope, they will fight to the death. Chu Yang had this realization, but he couldn't believe it. Why? Diwu Qingro had no reason to do this. Therefore, he could only slowly continue to speculate, and then steadily deal with the storm-like harassment and attacks of Great Zhao's army. The Great Zhao's army had arrived like a gust of wind. Then, they would disperse like an ebbing tide after a short period of time. And it seemed as if they didn't know what fatigue was. However, the Golden Horse Riders Department's attack that Chu Yang was looking forward to didn't appear. Minister, our army's morale is somewhat unstable. Chu Yang was in the tent when Wu Kuangyun walked in with large strides. He looked somewhat anxious. Everyone is feeling very depressed. If this goes on, when will it end? Is it our brother's morale that is unstable, or is it your morale that is unstable? Chu Yang raised his head and looked at him. Actually, I just came to ask if Daiyuan, the commander-in-chief, and His Majesty had any instructions. Wu Kuangyun's dark face turned red. Wait. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the morale of the army would plummet if this continued. Wu Kuangyun had a bad temper, but he was also a famous general in the army. So, how could the ordinary troops remain calm if even he was like this? Therefore, some measures must be taken. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He beckoned Wu Kuangyun to come closer and said, after you go down, do this and this. When the Great Zhao's army comes again, do this and this. Wu Kuangyun beamed with joy. He nodded repeatedly. Then, he gave Chu Yang a thumbs up in admiration. Then, he walked away like a gust of wind. Wu Qingqing couldn't help but tremble behind Chu Yang. She thought, this Chu Yang is really mischievous. He doesn't forget to play pranks in such a battle. That night, a howl was heard along with the sound of hoof beats. The Great Zhao's army was like a pack of wild wolves. At this moment, the Iron Cloud's army suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This gang of idiots is here again. Look, this gang of idiots is running back and forth like dogs every night. It's really fucking cool. Brothers, come out and watch the show. Yes, we are just sitting here and waiting for this gang of idiots to act. Motherfucker, it's really cool. It costs money to go to the theater, but it's free here. The Iron Cloud's army suddenly swept away the depressing and dispirited mood of the past few days, along with the expansion of this discussion. Everyone started to clamor. Then, the army of thousands of people started to shout loudly, "Stupid C*** and T. You guys are here. Idiots, are you tired?" The Great Zhao's army had arrived with great momentum, but they were met with such treatment. They immediately flew into a rage. They fought for a while, and both sides suffered casualties. Then, they retreated. Then, they heard howls behind them. Idiots, are you leaving again? Idiots, come back earlier. The Great Zhao's general almost fell off his horse. What's more, under the leadership and encouragement of Wu Kuangyun, this group of straightforward men worked together to compose a song within half a day. Then, they promoted it throughout the entire army. The song was called Idiots, Are You Tired? The lyrics were as follows: Idiots, are you tired of being driven like a dog every night? Idiots, can you ride a horse? Can you fight a war? Are you tired of being treated like a toy all night? Idiots, are you tired? Ow, hey, idiots, although you are bitter, although you are tired. But our hearts are comforted by your hardships every day. Ow, 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 ow. Idiots, you are bitter, you are tired. Idiots, you are a good treasure for us to relax. A good treasure. Thump, 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 thump. Therefore, when the Great Zhao's army came again that night, everyone was busy fighting the enemy, but they also built an earthen platform. On the earthen platform, there was a military band of several thousand people. The gongs and drums sounded together, and under the command of the band, 3,000 burly men simultaneously raised their thick necks and opened their wolf-like voices and began to sing in a grand and majestic voice, "Idiot, idiot, are you tired?" The surrounding area was heavily guarded. In fact, there was even a special group of guards. Therefore, the singers were only in charge of shouting as loudly as they could. Their voices were like thunder. This was rehearsed. Tens of millions of people were shouting and singing at the same time. And this suppressed the sounds of tens of thousands of people fighting. Therefore, The Good Cloud's army was grinning from ear to ear. They were happy as they killed the enemy. Some of them were seriously injured, but they were crying out in pain and laughing at the same time. They were very happy. There was very little entertainment in the military camp. So, everyone was in high spirits now that there was such a good program. Many people were waving their sabers while singing along with the melody. The Great Zhao's surprise troops were so angry that their bellies almost burst. They even abandoned their original plan and attacked the earthen platform full of singers. But this operation led to the complete annihilation of the entire army. There were casualties after the battle, but everyone was in high spirits. The usual depressing atmosphere after a battle was swept away. Even the Great Zhao's mouths were humming. They were actually looking forward to the Great Zhao's idiots' attack that night. Minister Chu's invention had thoroughly solved many problems for the Iron Cloud's army. In just one night, the entire 3 camps of the Iron Cloud were singing, "Idiots, are you tired?" Idiots, singing. The singing became louder and louder, and everyone was fighting with more vigor. There was a soldier who had been slashed in the chest by the enemy, but he tilted his head, looked at the enemy soldier, and said with a smile, "Idiots, are you tired? Do you know how comforting I am?" These words enraged the Great Zhao soldier. He ferociously rushed forward. "I'll let you comfort me." However, this Iron Cloud soldier had a carefree smile on his face. He pulled out a saber from his chest and stabbed it into his enemy's heart. Iron Cloud had been on the defensive side of this night's offensive and defensive battle, and they had gained the complete upper hand. Moreover, several enemy troops had been left behind, and they had been completely annihilated. In the commander's tent, Tai Long Chung was slapping his thighs and rocking back and forth. He couldn't stop laughing. He smacked his lips. "Fuck. This king of Helchu is really high, ha. Tai Ji Tian was on one side. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was speechless. What could she say? She had nothing to say about Chu Yang's pranks, especially when it came to pranks that only had benefits and no harm. Tai Bu Tian could only choose to cover her ears and not listen. She could only smile bitterly. Tai Ji Tian had a clear understanding of this. Men are born with a strong tendency to swear, but Tai Bu Tian wasn't in the mood to think about this matter. She was thinking about another problem. A very serious problem. This problem made her flustered. Great Zhao's barracks. Diwu Qingrou's face was serious. He looked a little pale. This situation, where did it first come from? It came from Wu Kuangyun's barracks. That bastard. The general's face was full of hatred. Wu Kuangyun. Diwu Qingrou chuckled. His eyes flashed with a cold light. That's right. According to our previous estimates, King of Helchu should be in charge of Wu Kuangyun's army. He smiled faintly. Now, it's exactly the same as my estimates. King of Helchu should be in charge of Wu Kuangyun's army. Such a strategy is vulgar and seems naive, but it has a strong effect on raising the morale of the troops. This isn't something that Wu Kuangyun can come up with. King of Helchu is behind this. Diwu Qingrou came to an unquestionable conclusion. The generals were dumbfounded. King of Helchu? Prime Minister, what should we do next? The generals asked in unison. Mengue, are you ready? Diwu Qingrou asked. Chapter 396. Good. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he said, "In that case, tonight's raid will be the last time. Dispatch the Golden Horse Riders Department and give Iron Cloud a heavy blow. Then, immediately withdraw the troops." Withdraw the troops? The generals turned pale with fright. Yes, withdraw the troops. Once the raid is over, immediately withdraw the troops. Leave the tents here. Don't touch anything else. It's enough to completely withdraw the troops, Diwu Qingrou said casually. Yes. The generals didn't understand, but they knew that Diwu Qingrou had a brilliant plan. Their blind trust in Diwu Qingrou made them execute his orders without hesitation. Order the infantry to withdraw immediately. When the cavalry comes back, wrap the horses' hooves with cotton and quietly withdraw. Diwu Qingrou added, make sure no one knows. Prime Minister, isn't this too hasty? If we hastily withdraw, we will have to go over this mountain. And Once this mountain is occupied by the enemy, it will mean that our 10 years of expeditions will be in vain. Moreover, Ironcloud will have one more natural stronghold. This will be very detrimental to Great Zhao's unification plan. The heavenly dragon General Yu Han frowned. Dragon General Li Yi also nodded on the side. He agreed with His Majesty and Yu Han's words. Hasty. It must be hasty. If everything needs to be planned before acting, I'm afraid Ironcloud will react at that time. Especially King of Hell Chu. I'm afraid the entire strategy will change once he reacts. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed as he said, Yu Han, you should know what I mean about this retreat. Why are you still asking? But the military's morale will inevitably be shaken. Moreover, if we attack back, the casualties will be very heavy. It will be equivalent to perishing together with the enemy. Yu Han's thin face was somewhat heavy and sad. The Golden Horse Riders Department had been constantly making arrangements. How could Yu Han not know what they were doing? Yu Han's body was covered in cold sweat when he saw those vicious arrangements. The enemy had fallen into the trap, but his side didn't have much protection. It was bound to perish together. How could this heavenly dragon, who had always loved his troops, feel comfortable? Therefore, for the first time in his life, he questioned Diwu Qingrou's orders. You only need to carry out the orders. Diwu Qingrou looked at him gently and said, Yu Han, sacrifices are inevitable in war. Yu Han heaved a long sigh. That night, Great Zhao's attack was even more ferocious. It seemed as if they were covering the sky and covering the earth. Moreover, they didn't stop for the entire night. However, Ironcloud's side had already recovered. Moreover, along with this violent attack, it clearly conveyed a thought. It seems that this kind of attack is about to stop. Tai Long Chung was in the commander's tent. His brows wrinkled as he listened to the sounds of the heaven-shaking bandits outside. Several of his trusted generals were by his side. Diwu Qingrou's attack had stopped. This meant that the time for Ironcloud to counterattack had arrived. Therefore, the generals could not wait any longer. It won't be that simple. Tai Long Chung faintly felt that Diwu Qingrou definitely had more tricks up his sleeve. He waved his hand and said, Let's wait until dawn. In the face of Diwu Qingrou's unpredictable strategy, Tai Long Chung did not dare to take any risks. He would rather give up this great opportunity than act blindly without thinking. In addition, immediately report this situation to His Majesty and Minister Chu. Let's see what they have to say. Tai Long Chung made a decision. If the enemy retreats after dawn, and His Majesty and Minister Chu have no objections, we will immediately pursue and attack. On the other side, Chu Yang had been standing on the top of the flagpole when the chaos had just started. He had been quietly watching for a while. Then, he had come down with a heavy expression on his face. If he had guessed correctly, perhaps Diwu Qingrou would reveal his true intentions tonight. However, he did not know what kind of arrangements this ambitious and ruthless man would make. He came down and saw Wu Qianqian standing beside the commander's tent. She was dressed in black. Her long hair and sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Tonight should come to an end, Wu Qingqing said in a low voice. Huh. Chu Yang looked at her. I can feel Diwu Qingrou's determination in this attack. Wu Qingqing casually said, There are 3 reasons. First, Diwu Qingrou did not prepare an army camp tonight. Second, Diwu Qingrou's total number of troops is close to 1 million if we calculate according to the number of troops he has invested. This is equivalent to a semi-decisive battle. However, it is taking place in the dark night. So, people can't feel the flavor of a decisive battle. As for the last reason, it is my feeling. Chu Yang looked at Wu Qingqing with some gratification. Wu Qingqing could see this point. It showed that she had matured in all aspects. She could take charge of a whole area alone, especially the last sentence that Wu Qingqing had said with a very certain tone. My feeling. It was a kind of telepathy that belonged to a decision-making person. This was already an outstanding and powerful ability, especially when the opponent was Diwu Qingrou. This was even rarer. What would you do if you were Diwu Qingrou? Chu Yang probed. If I were him, I would immediately attack after tonight's decisive battle if I could expand the results of the battle. If I couldn't, I would retreat immediately. Although this battlefield is big, It can't accommodate 8 million people at the same time. 1 million for each side is already the limit. Tonight is a semi-decisive battle. However, it will decide the outcome of the battle and the direction of the war. It can't happen tonight, and it certainly can't happen in the future. Therefore, I would retreat and plan slowly. I would conserve my forces and make a comeback. This is the best plan. Wu Qingqing paused and said, however, the elite cavalry of Golden Horse Riders Department hasn't appeared yet. This is my concern. If they don't appear, Diwu Qingro will have other ideas. If they appear and can't capture Ironclad's camp by daybreak, they will retreat. You've seen half of it. Chu Yang looked at her happily. He praised, but it's already not easy. The only half that I haven't seen is Diwu Qingro's character and Diwu Qingro's insidious arrangements. Diwu Qingro is not a person who gives up easily. If he wants to give up, there must be a reason. If he wants to withdraw, there must be a backup plan. Chu Yang said slowly, therefore, even if Diwu Qingro wants to withdraw, it will only be a trap. Trap? Wu Qingqing asked in confusion. Yes, have you seen the camps of both sides? Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. At the same time, he recalled Diwu Qingro's arrangements on the roof of the Prime Minister's manor. He slowly calculated. His words also became more and more intermittent as he continued to calculate. Our Iron Cloud side has a majestic pass to the north and steep mountains on both sides. We can attack and retreat. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the rear. But Diwu Qingro only needs to break through from the front. His path will be smooth.
Yes.
Wu Qingqing looked at Chu Yang in bewilderment. She thought, isn't this something that everyone knows? But look at Diwu Qingro's tough self. He has clearly put out a dragon coiling and tiger entrenched in the wind. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge dragon was coiling over, but it was holding its head high. Moreover, behind the dragon's body is a tiger's body. When the dragon moves, the wind and clouds gather. When the tiger roars, the fierce tiger comes down from the mountain. This is the posture of swallowing Iron Cloud in one fell swoop. This proves that Diwu Qingro has made up his mind to fight when he came here. How can he retreat so easily? Chu Yang frowned. He seemed to be asking Wu Qingqing, but also seemed to be asking himself. But there is one thing that is very strange. Originally, Great Zhao's camp was further forward. But after Diwu Qingro arrived, they unknowingly retreated 18 miles. Most of the main camp spread to the flat slope halfway up the mountain. Moreover, it changed from a horizontal formation to a square formation. In other words, after Diwu Qingro arrived, it became a dragon coiling and tiger entrenched camp. This shows that Diwu Qingro wants to take advantage of the terrain. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows and said with difficulty. He paused every time he said a sentence. It was as if he was pouring out his heart and lungs to analyze. This kind of analysis consumed a lot of energy. It was unimaginable. Especially analyzing the thoughts of the ambitious and ruthless Diwu Qingro, it was even more difficult. Setting up camp at the back of the mountain means that Great Zhao has an endless supply of food. This is a safe method. Moreover, by retreating 18 miles, we can avoid the exhaustion of transporting grain. How can this be called a conspiracy? Wu Qingqing frowned in contemplation and raised an objection. You did not see the terrain clearly. Chu Yang pulled Wu Qingqing into the tent and came to the sand table. Pointing at the terrain on the sand table, he said, Look, Diwu Qingro set up camp here. It is foolproof. Look at the mountain behind him. The terrain of the mountain, it's very flat. This is also the condition created for the supply team. Even if we retreat, there will be no danger. This is a perfect plan. Wu Qingqing stared at the sand table with her pretty eyes. What if this mountain is Ironclad's team? Chu Yang pointed at the mountain and asked, if Ironclad's team is there, then attacking Diwu Qingro would be as easy as blowing off dust. Wu Qingqing was very puzzled. How could Ironclad's team appear there? If they could, then the war would have ended long ago. This mountain is not high, but the terrain is very flat. There is no big slope. It is suitable for cavalry to charge. If the infantrymen are on high ground, they can display 3 times the fighting strength. As for the archers, spear throwers, knife throwers, and axe throwers, It is the best place to use their skills. Once they attack from the top of the mountain and attack Diwu Qingrou's camp, they will be meat on the chopping board. They can be slaughtered at will. Even turning around and running away will become an extravagant hope, because running away in a hurry will not be as fast as the opponent's speed. Chu Yang spoke faster and faster. If Diwu Qingrou deliberately creates a situation where they run away in panic, will we chase after them? Of course we will chase. Wu Qingqing said without hesitation. But what if Diwu Qingrou set up an ambush on the top of the mountain? Chu Yang asked. When our army enters Iron Cloud's camp to collect supplies, they will suddenly attack like a tiger coming down from the mountain. Wu Qingqing suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 397. Zhuge Clan. Chu Yang's body shook. He had already guessed that Diwu Qingrou was a member of the Zhuge clan, which was one of the big ruling clans of the upper three heavens. However, he still felt somewhat shaken when he heard Diwu Qingrou admitted himself. You may not be familiar with the surname Diwu. Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly, but the glory of our Diwu clan is incomparable to that of the Zhuge clan. Diwu clan? Chu Yang frowned and racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure it out. He said, Please enlighten me. The Zhuge clan had 10,000 years of glory and was already a big shot in the entire heavenly layer. But who would remember that our Diwu clan had 20,000 years of glory before the Zhuge clan? It's been 30,000 years since then. Diwu Qingrou smiled bitterly, but his voice was still soft. Our Diwu clan was the dominant clan chosen by the 7th generation Tribulation Swordmaster, and it was the most important and resourceful clan among the dominant clans. Among the big clans, it was ranked 5th. 10,000 years later, our clan's glory was still the same. Our ancestor Diwu Qingrou was born in the heavenly layer, and he was outstanding. Plus, he was very friendly with the 7th generation Tribulation Swordmaster. So, 8 of the big clans declined under the Tribulation Sword, but our Diwu clan flourished for another 10,000 years. I see. Chu Yang sighed. So this involves an ancient divine item like the Tribulation Sword, a clan with tens of thousands of years. It's really unimaginable. Diwu Qingrou smiled slightly. His eyes flashed and he continued. The 8th generation Tribulation Sword Master was born, and the world was turned upside down again. The Diwu clan finally declined, and the new one to replace it was the Zhuge clan. I see. Chu Yang sighed. What a pity. And the remaining people of my Diwu clan were only 2 or 3 youngsters. The others, including several martial saints and dozens of martial monarchs, were all buried in the Tribulation Sword. 10,000 years of inheritance was destroyed overnight. We had no choice but to live under someone else's roof and be taken in as slaves by the Zhuge clan. Servant, Chu Chun sucked in a cold breath. However, after thousands of years of evolution, our Diwu clan was an intelligent clan after all. Although we couldn't rise again, we succeeded in getting rid of our slave status and became a servant of the Zhuge clan. Furthermore, his position was gradually stabilizing. In the last 1,000 years, he was already able to attend the academy with his clan's younger brothers. He could dabble in anything, whether it was martial arts or military strategy. Diwu Qinrou's eyes lit up. Chu Yang remained silent. This was because he was thinking about Diwu Qinrou's words. These words had shaken his mind. Several saint-level ancestors and dozens of monarch-level experts were all buried in the calamity. Saint-level? Monarch rank. If Diwu Qinrou's words were true, then there would be many hidden powerhouses in the upper 3 heavens. When the Diwu clan was destroyed, several martial saints and dozens of martial monarchs died, and this was just one family. However, he would have to face all the ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens in the future. This was the fate of the Calamity Sword Master. Fuck. Chu Yang's heart beat wildly. My surname is Diwu. When I was born, my father named me Qingtian. Diwu Qingtian. Diwu Qingrou smiled gently. It seemed as if he was talking about someone else's matter. The Zhuge clan's younger brothers are divided into 2 lines. Although we all cultivate martial arts, there is a strict rule. Cultivators can't be stained with blood. Use wisdom to conquer the world. Use wisdom to cut off karma. Diwu Qingrou laughed. Although the Zhuge clan has many strong cultivators in the past 10,000 years, they can only use their wisdom to solve problems. They can't use their martial arts. In this way, under such pressure, all the Zhuge clan's cultivators try their best to develop their brains. Of course, they become smarter and smarter. I understand. Chu Yang really understood. He had to admit that the Zhuge clan's ancestor was really far-sighted. Such a decision was simply wise to the extreme, because it could ensure that the Zhuge clan's intelligence would become higher and higher from generation to generation. Martial arts complemented each other. That is the only way to prosper forever. You only have extremely powerful martial strength and no wisdom. You can only be used as a tool in the hands of others. A person who didn't know a word could become a strong martial artist, but he would never become a wise man. This was the fundamental difference between a wise man and a martial artist. The overbearing way of martial arts is gentleness. Diwu Qingro said, every generation of cultivators is an outstanding younger brother of the clan. And in the clan, their status is also very high. So, after the clan chose me as a cultivator, they changed my name to Diwu Qingro. They used the name Qingro to remind me of my identity as a cultivator. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly. I see. Chu Yang nodded. Only now did he understand why a man like Diwu Qingro would use such a gentle name. 30 years ago, when the 10,000-year period was approaching, the 5 wise men of the Zhuge clan activated a secret technique. The 5 wise men exhausted their efforts and paid the price of the 5 men's lives. They clearly calculated that the next master of Calamity Sword was about to come out, but the fate of the Zhuge clan was not optimistic. So, they wanted to go against the heavens and change. Diwu Qingro said, go against the heavens and change fate. Chu Yang was really shocked this time. It turned out that he was not the only one in the world who had this idea. Or it should be said that we need to follow the heavens' fate, but we need to borrow fate. Diwu Qingro thought for a while, and finally slowly explained again. And this requires the fate of the lower 3 heavens to complement. Do you understand? Chu Yang nodded. It is to extract the fate of a country through a certain method to your Zhuge clan. If it goes well, it can continue for another 10,000 years, right? Yes. Diwu Qingro looked at Chu Yang in amazement. And this is the reason why you, Diwu Qingro, came to Great Zhao. Is that right? Chu Yang asked. Yes. Diwu Qingro said, simply put, it is to overturn the whole world with one person's strength. Moreover, it must be so huge that even the Emperor's dragon energy cannot suppress it. Then, through this person, the entire clan's wise men will set up a fate channel and extract it directly from the firmament with the power of the stars at the cost of this person's life and spiritual energy. This mission has fallen on my shoulders, because once it is done, this person's life will be sharply reduced, and it is not impossible that he will die. The ordinary clan's younger brothers still care about their own lives, but I, Diwu Qingro, have the ambition to conquer the world. As long as I can unify the world in my hands, even if I die immediately, so what? How many years can a person live in this life? If I don't do anything, would I live up to my peerless talent? Moreover, at that time, I was also looking at the stars' fortune technique. But I comprehended a strange technique that others can't comprehend, and that is the stargazing technique. I could accurately grasp the general trend of the world. Although this is limited to the Emperor's star technique, it was very beneficial to this plan. Diwu Qingro heaved a heavy sigh as he said this. So what if it is the Emperor's star technique? So what if it is accurate? The weather changes at the most critical time. So, my master and I came to the lower 3 heavens when we were 20 years old. My master vomited blood and died in order to set up a formation to absorb fate. But, before he died, he had a burst of inspiration and adopted an orphan. That orphan was my junior brother. At that time, my master's last words were, my junior brother will help me complete this task, and then he will die. Only my junior brother and I were left, and we depended on each other. I taught my junior brother wholeheartedly and looked for opportunities. Finally, 5 years later, the weather changed, and Great Zhao became the master of the world. So, I came to Great Zhao with a bumpy road and slowly worked my way up. My junior brother was always hidden in the dark, and when I had a firm foothold, he left me and went to Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingrou's eyes revealed a trace of pain. But he was killed by you. Killed by me? Chu Yang was surprised. Who? Tang Xi and Sheng. Diwu Qingrou looked at Chu Yang with a malicious gaze and said word by word, "That was my junior brother." Chu Yang was stunned, and then his heart suddenly became cold, because he remembered Diwu Qingrou's words. Before my master died, he adopted an orphan, and that orphan was my junior brother. My master's last words were, "My junior brother will help me complete this task." This ability to calculate could be said to be heaven-defying. Chu Yang clearly remembered that in his previous life, Diwu Qingrou dominated Great Zhao, and the most difficult bone to chew, Iron Cloud, was completely destroyed by Diwu Qingrou and Tang Xi and Sheng. It could be said that Tang Xi and Sheng really helped Diwu Qingrou complete his most difficult task. Diwu Qingrou's master actually calculated this before his death. This made Chu Yang's heart become even more fearful of the Zhuge clan's wise men. They really had the ability to see through heaven's secrets. Diwu Qingrou seemed to know what Chu Yang was thinking, and said casually, "You don't have to worry. This ability comes at the cost of one's life." His eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "There are many people in the world, but I have never seen someone who is willing to sacrifice his life when he is living well. So, you are also not willing?" Chu Yang asked sensitively. "I have ambitions and aspirations." Diwu Qingrou was silent for a while, and then said casually, "But I also have a family, and I am only a retainer." Chu Yang let out a long "oh" sound. "You also know my origin, and you also know my identity." Diwu Qingrou said, "So, I came here tonight to be open and honest?" "Yes," Chu Yang admitted. "And I guess that you will not fight with me for a long time in this war." Diwu Qingrou's eyes suddenly became very meaningful as he said this. "That is not necessarily true." Chu Yang's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "Fast people have fast ways of fighting. Slow people have slow ways of fighting. I don't care." Diwu Qingrou chuckled and said, "Now, there is an opportunity in front of you to end this war in a very short time. At this point, everyone can write their own guesses in the book review. I need to draw on everyone's wisdom, so please feel free to comment." Chapter 398. You mean, tonight? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. "I can see the Emperor's Star technique." Diwu Qingrou smiled, and this time, the Emperor's star shines in the world and stands in Iron Cloud. So, no matter how long the war lasts, the winner will be Iron Cloud. Even if I have the ability, I can't change the destiny. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Diwu Qingrou in surprise. He didn't expect Diwu Qingrou to be so frank. He said, "You can see the final outcome?" "Yes." Diwu Qingrou smiled deeply. "That's why I came today." Chu Yang smiled. Yes, if Diwu Qingrou was sure of victory, he wouldn't have come here today. "Tell me your conditions," Chu Yang said casually. "Now you know that although luck is illusory, it's very important to the clan. Not only does the Zhuge clan need luck," Diwu Qingrou smiled meaningfully, "our Diwu clan also needs luck." "Luck?" Chu Yang pondered and said frankly, "But I don't understand what you're talking about." "You don't need to pretend to understand. I understand." Diwu Qingrou smiled gently. At this time, the fighting sounds outside had gradually decreased. It seemed that the enemy was retreating, but Chu Yang didn't think about this at all. Diwu Qingrou didn't seem to care either. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all about being alone in the enemy camp with hundreds of thousands of troops. After a long time, Chu Yang smiled faintly. "You're right, but I don't feel at ease if I do as you say, because I don't trust you." He stared intently at Diwu Qingrou. Then he smiled and said, "Unless you can give me a reason to be completely at ease." "I'm here today to give you this reason." Diwu Qingrou said calmly, "Luck is very important, and the Zhuge clan's luck is extracted from Great Zhao. But after this war, Great Zhao won't exist." He smiled meaningfully and said, "So, the Zhuge clan won't be able to extract luck this time." Chu Yang nodded faintly, but his mind was spinning rapidly as he pondered. "So, When the Tribulation Sword Master ascends to the upper three heavens, the Zhuge clan will be in trouble. Diwu Qingru said slightly. I don't understand. Chu Yang shook his head blankly and said, even if the Tribulation Sword Master appears and ascends to the upper three heavens, the Zhuge clan may not necessarily be unlucky. As long as these clans are modest and cautious and don't offend people easily, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become friends with the Tribulation Sword Master. Even if they don't interfere with each other's business, the Tribulation Sword Master won't easily destroy a large clan, right? Ha ha ha. Diwu Qingro couldn't help but laugh, Minister Chu. If you can say these words, then it can be said that you are an upright person even though your wisdom is outstanding, and your conduct is strange, and your methods are sinister. Chu Yang touched his nose awkwardly. He really didn't understand why he would say that. The birth of the Tribulation Sword Master is a reshuffle of the heavenly layers. Diwu Qingro said casually, but why is there a reshuffle? This is the truth of the heavenly Tao. Why do you want to shuffle the cards? Chu Yang asked. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss, but he wasn't sure about it. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to get to the bottom of it. Why do countries and dynasties need to be replaced? Diwu Qingro asked back. Then he answered himself. That's because the previous dynasty had already decayed. So, it had to be eliminated. The heavenly layers are the same. Chu Yang nodded. That's true. Any clan that has been in power for 10,000 years will breed many malignant tumors, and these malignant tumors are often fatal. Yes, that's the reason. Diwu Qingro nodded deeply. The Tribulation Sword Master will never provoke the Zhuge clan, but the Zhuge clan will definitely provoke the Tribulation Sword Master. No matter how many times the family had given out orders, the things that were supposed to happen would definitely happen. And once it happens, the Tribulation Sword Master won't be able to accept a peaceful solution. In the end, the conflict will only intensify and become more and more intense. When the Zhuge clan knows that the other party is the Tribulation Sword Master, things will have reached a point where even the heavenly Tao can't reverse it. Diwu Qingro smiled deeply and said, This is fate. This is fate. And the Tribulation Sword Master is the origin of fate. So, things will never stop happening around him. He doesn't have to cause trouble, but trouble will always find him. Diwu Qingro's gaze was profound. Even if he were to sleep at home, someone would certainly tear down his house and force him to seek revenge, to seek justice, and to demand an explanation. And this explanation is not something that can be achieved peacefully. It requires force, and force will lead to death, and death will lead to more and more problems. Diwu Qingro smiled mysteriously and said, Do you know why? No, Chu Yang said honestly. In the heavenly layers continent, this is called tribulation, which corresponds to the word tribulation in the Tribulation Sword. Diwu Qingro chuckled. But in terms of techniques, this is called heart effect, and the Tribulation Sword Master is the heart. If the heavenly layers continent is a play, then the Tribulation Sword Master is the main character. Diwu Qingro's eyes were cold, and a sharp light flashed. He said insidiously, and the main character will never have a smooth journey. I see. Chu Yang nodded deeply and said, So, all these can only be described with one word, heavenly Tao. Am I right? Diwu Qingro laughed. Exactly. His sharp eyes swept around and saw Wu Qianqian. He revealed a mysterious smile and said, Minister Chu, let me give you an example. If you were the master of Tribulation Sword, you didn't do anything at home, and you didn't offend anyone. But suddenly, a lecherous young master appeared. And this lecherous young master kidnapped this beautiful Miss Wu. Let me ask you, would you let him go? Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Diwu Qingro interrupted. Even if this lecherous young master has a dominant clan behind him, and his father is the leader of the #1 clan, will you let him go? Chu Yang was stunned, and then he said fiercely, Fuck, how can I let him go so easily? Wu Qianqian's face turned red. Isn't that right? This is fate. Diwu Qingro said calmly, It's called fate for ordinary people. They can only accept their fate. But it's called tribulation for the Tribulation Sword Master. It's the tribulation of the big clan that the lecherous young master belongs to. Diwu Qingro had been talking about conditions and expanding the topic, but he didn't because Chu Yang changed the topic. But Diwu Qingro wasn't anxious or impatient at all. Instead, he tried his best to explain and dispel Chu Yang's doubts. This point was very bizarre. Diwu Qingro was patient and far-sighted, but he shouldn't be so patient with Chu Yang. I see. The heavens revolves around the tribulation sword. Chu Yang let out a long breath. Maybe there's a ruler above the heavens, which is the heaven's will. But in this heavens, the tribulation sword is the ruler. Exactly, Diwu Qingro said solemnly. The two didn't speak for a long time. How do you want to cooperate this time? Chu Yang asked. This time, he took the initiative to mention it, which could be considered as returning the favor. When I came to the lower three heavens, I secretly learned the fate transfer channel because I was extra careful. I set up a small one myself. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, although it's small, it used up all the materials that our Diwu clan had accumulated for 10,000 years. Oh. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Of course, we didn't dare to compete with the Zhuge clan for Great Zhao's fate. At that time, I thought that even if Iron Cloud lost, it still had the noble emperor's aura. At that time, this noble emperor's aura would dissipate between heaven and earth. And the Zhuge clan obviously didn't care about the remaining fate of these losers. So, it was better to let our Diwu clan take advantage of it. What's more, such a small formation has a very small impact on my lifespan. It's only 30 years, and I can afford these 30 years. Diwu Qingro said, so, if Iron Cloud wins, our Diwu clan's days will be much better. Of course, I have to escape the Zhuge clan's punishment for my failure first before I can talk about other things. I see. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that Diwu Qingro had secretly set up this chess piece without anyone knowing. This guy really wanted to leave behind a backup plan no matter the situation. But this way, I'm also in danger. Diwu Qingro smiled bitterly, because I only plan to collect the remaining fate. So, I naturally set it up casually. But, Iron Cloud is going to win. This is equivalent to heavens while playing with me ruthlessly. When the Tribulation Sword Master dominates the heavens, if the Diwu clan really absorbs the fate of Iron Cloud, then I, Diwu Qingro, will disappear from this world. And the origin of this is the small formation I set up back then. Isn't such an outcome a joke by nature? It's unexpected. Diwu Qingro looked up to the sky and sighed. Chu Yang was also very surprised. He was just admiring Diwu Qingro's unpredictable methods. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the blink of an eye. But Diwu Qingro's life is worth it for the sake of my Diwu clan's longevity. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, but this time, the arrangement is indeed somewhat grandiose, because the formation of this destiny, especially this kind of destiny that can only be generated by the rise and fall of a nation, needs to have soaring blood energy. Soaring blood energy? Chu Yang was expressionless. He thought, no wonder Diwu Qingro started the war so quickly. But this time, I attacked openly and retreated secretly. This is somewhat superficial. You will see the flaw, and may not plan it. Diwu Qingro said lightly. This way, there may not be a decisive battle. If we retreat, then we won't have enough fate. Because Great Zhao will weaken day by day, and Iron Cloud will be like the sun. It will slowly prosper. When it develops to the end, it will become a gradual encroachment. Then, there won't be any battle spirit left. Chapter 399. Chu Yang's complexion remained calm. Your Iron Cloud's army will launch a surprise attack tomorrow morning. Then, I will immediately return to the army to fight a decisive battle. And I will give you, King of Hell Chu, a glorious victory. Diwu Qingro said word by word. I will owe you a big favor today. What if I say no? Chu Yang asked expressionlessly. Then, I will immediately lead the army back to Great Zhao. I, Diwu Qingro, won't be able to destroy Iron Cloud in my lifetime. But Iron Cloud won't be able to unify the world. That way, I won't face any imminent disaster. At least, I, Diwu Qingro, can live for 200 or 300 years with my martial power. But I don't know if Minister Chu can afford to wait for 200 or 300 years. Diwu Qingro raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He slowly said each word. Chu Yang stood up. His face was gloomy as he slowly walked forward. He frowned. There was no doubt that Diwu Qingrou's previous preparations were all for this one condition. Moreover, this condition had hit Chu Yang's weakest point, 200 or 300 years. Could Chu Yang afford to wait if this situation continued for 200 or 300 years? He couldn't afford to wait. He couldn't afford to wait no matter how he looked at it. However, these were the lives of 8 million soldiers. If Chu Yang accepted Diwu Qingrou's proposal, then the war would end, and the world would be decided. And he would have completed his first big step in reversing the heavens. He would have been able to leave the lower 3 heavens and go to the place he had longed for a long time. His lover was still in the abyss of suffering there. She was waiting for him to save her. His good brothers were fighting a bloody battle for a common future. His master was waiting for him there. Chu Yang wanted to go there, but Chu Yang couldn't afford to pay the price of 8 million people. It was normal for people to die in an ordinary war. Chu Yang wouldn't have felt any psychological burden if Diwu Qingro hadn't come here first. He would have killed millions of people with his own hands if the decisive battle happened today. Because this was war. It was an unstoppable war. Either you die or I die. But Diwu Qingro came. He told Chu Yang his plan, the direction of the war, and its outcome. It was equivalent to 2 people plotting for the same goal. This was equivalent to 2 people conspiring to kill 8 million people. Chu Yang couldn't afford to pay such a price. Diwu Qingro seemed to have noticed Chu Yang's urgency. He calmly waited for Chu Yang's reply after he raised this condition. Why do you think that I won't be able to wait? Chu Yang muttered, even if Great Zhao has Diwu Qingro, you won't be able to last for 200 or 300 years. If you really retreat, then in 30 to 50 years, I have absolute confidence that I can destroy Great Zhao. But 30 to 50 years, can you afford to wait? Diwu Qingro didn't deny it. Instead, he asked. He didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak. Instead, he smiled gently and said, ever since you came to Iron Cloud, all of your methods have been swift and decisive. Your methods are Reiho's methods, but not the way to rule a country. Actually, you can use a gentler method for everything. That way, there won't be any side effects. You don't know what methods you're not using. Diwu Qingro casually said, as for Great Zhao, you didn't need to go, but you still went. He pondered and looked at Chu Yang. I always feel that all your actions contain a very strong sense of purpose. I don't know your purpose, but I know that your world isn't in lower 3 heavens. He looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang also looked at him quietly for a long time. Diwu Qingro said, you're looking forward to a bigger world, a world that belongs to you. So, don't talk about 30 to 50 years. You can't even wait for 3 to 5 years. Behind Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian's delicate body trembled. As the person who understood Chu Yang the most, she knew that Diwu Qingrou's guess was no longer a guess. It was a fact. So, I launched the decisive battle ahead of time. You shouldn't oppose it. But more people will die than expected. Diwu Qingro exposed a cruel smile. I'm curious why you made such a change. Chu Yang frowned. You said that the destiny of your clan is one of the reasons. But I don't believe that it's the only reason. Diwu Qingro remained silent for a long time. Then, he finally said, I didn't expect the Diwu clan to rise again at that time. I came to lower 3 heavens so that my talent and knowledge wouldn't be buried. I also wanted to be a meritorious minister. Even if I'm a powerful minister, as long as I unify the world, I'll naturally be immortalized. What I seek is nothing more than a false reputation, Diwu Qingro said in disappointment. But I didn't expect that the weather would change just as I was about to succeed. And my life's work would go down the drain. In other words, even the heavens don't want me, Diwu Qingro, to be immortalized for eternity. His eyes emitted a dazzling radiance. He spoke slowly and softly in an elegant and frightening tone. Since I can't be immortalized for eternity, I'll go down in infamy for 10,000 years. If I can't be immortalized for eternity, then I'll be infamy for eternity. So, I deliberately set up this killing trap. Diwu Qingro looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, "Do you agree or not? It's easy for you and for me. As for the 8 million soldiers," Diwu Qingro insipidly said, "the lifespan of an ant isn't long. This decision is too crazy. I won't agree to it." Chu Yang said indifferently. His eyes exposed a trace of pain as he said, 8 million people will be buried by my hands. I can't bear to do this." Diwu Qingro looked at him for a long time before he said, "King of Hell Chu, King of Hell rewards the good and punishes the evil." Chu Yang said with an expressionless face, "I can kill 8 million people on my own if the war breaks out. And that's because they want to kill me. But I, Chu Yang, disdain to do such a thing. Then, do you know that Great Zhao will withdraw its troops if I leave today? Then, it will be a war of at least 30 to 50 years. Diwu Qingro said, "The war will inevitably continue for 30 to 50 years. It won't produce any bloody luck. But the total number of people who will die in the war will be far greater than 8 million. You think that you are being charitable today. So, you let go of the lives of 8 million people. But you will have to pay the price of at least 10 million casualties in the future. Aren't those living creatures?" Diwu Qingro asked aggressively. "Those are living creatures. But I will have a clear conscience." Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "But I will have a guilty conscience if I conspire with my enemy to kill my own soldiers, even if it's just one of them. I want a clear conscience. I won't hesitate to wield my sword as long as I have a magnanimous heart. I won't hesitate to kill everyone in the heavenly layer as long as I think it's right." Chu Yang seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. He suddenly said with a clear voice, "But I won't go against my heart and plot against my own people, even if it's just a strand of hair. This is King of Hell Chu's bottom line." Chu Yang said proudly. This mental barrier was suddenly removed. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the cultivation of his mental state had improved by another step. Clap, clap, clap. Diwu Qingro gently clapped his hands and praised, "You are indeed King of Hell Chu. You are worthy of being called a maverick." Suddenly, the ground started to shake at this moment. Chu Yang's complexion changed. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at Diwu Qingro. Diwu Qingro sighed and said, "You don't want this. But I still want to give you this glorious victory. Moreover, I still owe you a favor. This matter is indeed somewhat sullen." Chu Yang's complexion changed. The sound of the ground shaking was very far away, but it lasted for a long time. This was clearly the sound of a million-strong army moving out. "They have already started the pursuit?" Chu Yang asked somewhat blankly. "If I'm not mistaken then, Tai Bu Tian and Tai Long Cheng's 3 million-strong army have already entered the battlefield apart from your 300,000 soldiers." Diwu Qingro chuckled. "Minister Chu, there have been many topics since I arrived, but I have paused for every topic." Diwu Qingro sat calmly. He smiled and said, "You have spoken 170 sentences since I arrived, but it only took you half an hour. But in order to deal with your 170 sentences, I spoke 421 sentences, and it took me 3 hours." Diwu Qingro said, 4 hours have passed. Moreover, it's daybreak. These 4 hours are enough for Tai Long Cheng to react and launch the pursuit." Diwu Qingro chuckled. Chu Yang's complexion turned cold. He was about to rush out. "They have already set out, and they have already stepped into my trap. It's too late even if you rush out now. Minister Chu, your 300,000 soldiers will decide the outcome of this battle. So, it's better not to act blindly without thinking," Diwu Qingro said indifferently. Chu Yang was about to take a step forward when he stopped. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Diwu Qingro. His pupil shrank dangerously. "You schemed against me?" "I schemed against you. Shouldn't I?" Diwu Qingro chuckled. "Moreover, I wanted to give you a big gift." Chu Yang slowly sat down. He calmed down and said, "But how can you be sure that Tai Long Cheng will attack?" "That's because Tai Long Cheng is the supreme commander. But you have the right to make the decision." Diwu Qingro said, Tai Longcheng is supporting Ironcloud on his own. He has worked hard and made great contributions. Tai Bu Tian won't have any objection to Tai Longcheng's decision. He is the person Tai Bu Tian trusts the most. Moreover, he trusts him blindly. Therefore, there's no need to be afraid of this uncle and nephew pair. Diwu Qingro sighed. This was my greatest assurance in defeating Ironcloud. But it has now become a blessing for Ironcloud. Haha, the will of the heavens is unpredictable. Tai Longcheng will eventually step into my plan. And Tai Bu Tian will also step into my plan if he steps in. Only you can turn the tide. Therefore, the variable in this entire plan is you. Diwu Qingro casually said, therefore, I didn't come here tonight to discuss conditions with you. Instead, I came here to entangle you for 4 hours. He smiled and said, with the status of Diwu Qingro, it is not difficult for me to entangle you for 4 hours, but the overall situation is already set in stone in these 4 hours. Even if you are the master of Calamity Sword, you won't be able to reverse the situation. Moreover, you aren't, Diwu Qingro said slowly. I have been under a lot of pressure these past few days. I have already thought about the ending of the lower 3 heavens. It will be over in about 10 chapters. But I am still racking my brain for the entry point of the lower 3 heavens. On one hand, it is ending. On the other hand, it is beginning. But I have to fulfill my promise. I have to do my best to write every chapter. I have to do my best to make every important character leave a deep impression in everyone's mind. That will be my proudest thing. It will also be my greatest success. And I want to be proud of it. So, I can't be careless. And Diwu Qingro is a wise man. He can't let him end things carelessly. Even if he has to change his position, he must do it beautifully. Diwu Qingro has been dreaming of these past few days, very sad. I don't have anything to do today. I finished writing in advance. But I want to go out and relax. So, I took the initiative to invite a classmate for a drink to relieve the pressure. I am shamelessly asking everyone for votes. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, and evaluation votes. Of course, there are also subscriptions. I hope that capable brothers and sisters can support me. Of course, this is only if you think that this book is worthy of your subscription support. Haha. Chapter 400. Chu Yang calmly asked, but how can you be sure that Tai Longcheng will fall into your trap? Tai Longcheng is the #1 general of the continent, but he has been suppressed by me for more than 10 years. In these 10 years, I wanted him to win, and he won. I wanted him to lose, and he lost. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, wouldn't you feel aggrieved if you were in my place? Wouldn't you want revenge? I would. Chu Yang replied affirmatively. No one wouldn't feel aggrieved about this matter. For a famous general who could be called a genius commander, it was an even more deep-rooted humiliation. Therefore, Tai Longcheng has an inner demon. He wants to defeat me, Diwu Qingro, fair and square. But he also knows that it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to take revenge against me. Therefore, he desires this heaven-sent opportunity more than anyone else. But he is more hesitant than anyone else. That's because he is afraid of a trap. And that's because he knows how powerful I am. And he needs someone to affirm his pursuit plan at this time. And Tai Longcheng only needs this affirmation. Diwu Qingro continued. Tai Longcheng can turn his hesitation into determination as long as he has this affirmation. Diwu Qingro smiled and raised 3 fingers. And I have 3 people by Tai Longcheng's side who are willing to speak for me. Wu Qianxian and Chu Yang sucked in a cold breath at the same time. The generals of Ironcloud have followed Tai Longcheng for many years, and they have been suppressed by me. Therefore, they will swarm forward as long as someone affirms. This is their mentality. They thirst for revenge. They thirst for meritorious service. They thirst to change the current situation. They thirst to defeat Diwu Qingro. But your identity is special. Tai Longcheng must ask for your opinion even if he is absolutely certain about his pursuit plan. Therefore, Tai Longcheng immediately sent you a message after he analyzed my intentions. And You are the only person on this battlefield who can stay out of it. In other words, you are the only onlooker. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Therefore, I firmly believe that you can see through my plan. Therefore, I came in right after Tai Long Cheng's messenger delivered the letter. Diwu Qingro smiled. This time, I came in and delayed you for 4 hours. On the other side, Tai Long Cheng has been waiting for your news under the urging of everyone. So, he must have thought that you've acquiesced. Sometimes, he can't wait to chase after you. That's because he doesn't know when he will miss the opportunity. Therefore, it is inevitable for the army to set out. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, "This is my tailor-made revenge plan for Tai Long Cheng. It is also the best opportunity for Iron Cloud to dominate the world. He will definitely seize it and will not miss it. He would rather take the risk than miss it. That's why my plan succeeded so easily." Diwu Qingro leisurely stood up. "Minister Chu, you must guard against the Golden Horse Riders Department. Of course, I believe that you've already made preparations. Jingmeng Hun is nothing more than a clown in your hands." Then, he put on his mask and floated out with his thin body as if he was weightless. "Minister Chu, I owe you a favor. I will return it to you if I am lucky enough to meet you in the upper 3 heavens tomorrow. Farewell. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. You and I will meet again." Diwu Qingro's last words drifted in the distant wind. "Chu Yang, what should we do?" Wu Qian anxiously asked. Chu Yang remained silent. He floated out and arrived next to the flagpole. Then, he floated up. He saw that the distant mountain had already been set ablaze. He calmed down and slowly said, 8 million troops have been thrown into the battlefield. The only thing we can do now is to wait and see." He paused for a moment and said, "Order the army to advance 50 miles. Wait for my orders at any time. Get ready to respond to any situation." "Yes." Wu Kuangyun. "Yes." The selected elite troops, the troops of Butian Pavilion, and the experts of Beyond the Heavens sect are to form an army. They will be independent of the 300,000 troops. Wait for my orders at any time. "Yes." Wu Kuangyun had been waiting for a long time. The war had already broken out. This hot-blooded general couldn't wait any longer. He heard Chu Yang's order and immediately blew the bugle horn. The 300,000 troops rumbled as they set off. The collision between Butian Pavilion and Golden Horse Riders Department was about to begin. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions resounded on the distant mountain. Flames soared to the sky. Half of the sky was illuminated in red. Chu Yang's heart was heavy. After all, these were the lives of 8 million people. However, Chu Yang's heart gradually calmed down as his warhorse moved forward step by step. He became cold and calm, without a single ripple. This is a calamity. And this calamity has already begun. So, I have to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. That's all. I have to accept it. And I have to overcome it. The 300,000 troops were like a sharp arrow as they shot towards the sky. Tai Long Cheng immediately summoned the generals for a discussion after he had sent the letter. However, the generals unanimously decided to attack. Their faces were flushed with anger. Their fighting spirit was overflowing. They had been oppressed by Diwu Qingro for so long. So, how could they let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? Tai Butian was distraught at the moment. Her entire mind was troubled by another matter. So, she didn't think much about it. She quickly replied, "Uncle Wang can make the decision. I will command the army to follow." Tai Butian's affirmation made Tai Long Cheng heave a sigh of relief. His fighting spirit blazed even brighter. However, King of Helchu's news still hadn't arrived. Time passed little by little. The enemy had retreated. But there was still no news from King of Helchu. "Supreme Commander, we can't wait any longer. We will lose the opportunity soon," the generals demanded. "Perhaps Minister Chu has already made preparations. Otherwise, he would have already spoken out to stop us," an advisor said. Tai Long Cheng raised his eyebrows in anger. He finally made up his mind. Then, he waved his big hand, mobilized the entire army, chase and defeat Diwu Qingro. Sky-shaking cheers resounded. A biting cold fighting spirit ignited in the night sky with a loud rumble. The urgent sound of the bugle horn resounded in every military camp. Then, a team of vanguard cavalry rushed out of the camp like angry dragons. They then rushed into the darkness ahead. The thunder-like sound of horse hooves continued to rumble as they rushed into the darkness. Then, more than 1,000,000 soldiers rushed out like a tide. The rumbling sound of horse hooves shook the earth. Tai Butian's troops followed behind Tai Longqing's army and rushed towards Great Zhao's camp. Millions of people moved at the same time. This momentum was earth-shattering. Tai Longqing's army broke into Great Zhao's camp without any hindrance. Then, they looked around and found that most of the troops had disappeared without a trace except for a few wounded soldiers. Great Zhao's army had already occupied Iron Cloud Camp by the time Tai Longqing had rushed in. Reporting to Supreme Commander, "The camp is empty." The cavalry commander who had rushed in first quickly came forward to report. In fact, it wasn't empty. Those wounded soldiers had been slaughtered under his orders. They had been chopped like vegetables. No one. Did we arrive too late? Tai Longqing frowned, quickly inquire. Reporting to Supreme Commander, Great Zhao's army has retreated to the back of the mountain. Some troops haven't been able to cross the mountainous area in time. So, they are hurrying on with their journey, the mounted scout reported. Chase. Tai Longqing made a prompt decision. Then, the cavalry rushed up the mountain like a tide. Tai Longqing's cavalry continued to chase after Great Zhao's camp. Tai Longqing's reinforcements entered Great Zhao's camp. Tai Butian's vanguard troops also arrived outside the camp at this time. Suddenly, the sound of horns resounded from the mountaintops in all directions. Then, a large number of Great Zhao's cavalrymen rushed down from the mountaintops with a loud rumbling sound. They drew their bows and knocked their arrows halfway down and aimed at the sky. Shoot! Hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot at the same time. The whooshing sound was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. The densely packed arrows flew into the sky. The sky looked as if it had been dyed with ink. Ambush! Tai Longqing sneered. How could he not expect an ambush since he had come to chase after them? Great Zhao's army stabilized their footing after a brief moment of panic. Then, they looked for cover on the mountain walls. Simultaneously, their formation changed into a defensive one. Diwu Qingrou, I've been prepared for this move of yours. Tai Longqing laughed loudly. Kill! Countless Great Zhao's cavalry rushed down from the mountaintop with a loud roar. Tai Longqing's complexion changed. His eyes shone with an incredulous light. Decisive battle? He had expected that Diwu Qingrou might have set up an ambush. But he hadn't expected that Diwu Qingrou would choose to launch a decisive battle at this time after abandoning all his military supplies. The Great Zhao's army was swarming in like a swarm. It was clear that the entire army was involved in this battle. The vanguard cavalry of the two countries collided with each other in the blink of an eye. Everyone pulled out their sabers at the same time. The entire dark sky was illuminated by the flashing saber lights. Then, their faces turned ferocious as they roared. Then, they spurred their horses and rushed into the enemy's ranks. The two groups of cavalry were advancing in a frenzy. It was unknown whether they were friends or foes. They fell off their horses and got trampled into meat paste. But no one cared. There was only one thought in everyone's heart: kill the enemy. Rush out of the enemy's big formation and pierce through it. Then, turn around and kill. Kill! Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time. It seemed as if the blue sky had been scared out of its wits. A ray of light appeared on the horizon at this moment. The neighing of the war horses, the screams, the roars, and the sounds of collisions resounded. The vanguard cavalry of Iron Cloud had rushed into the belly of Great Zhao's cavalry, and Great Zhao's cavalry had also rushed into the middle of Iron Cloud's cavalry. There was no strategy to speak of at this moment. There was only killing, killing, killing. All the so-called martial arts techniques were completely useless in this kind of battle. Heads soared to the sky unceasingly. Severed limbs were flying in the sky unceasingly. Warhorses were falling down unceasingly. Dozens of people were losing their lives every minute and every second. Everyone had fallen into a frenzy. This was a crazy war. Chapter 401. Countless banners fluttered in the wind and whistled as they rushed into the battlefield. Millions of soldiers roared as they rushed into the battlefield. Great Zhao's military camp had turned into a battlefield. More than 1,000,000 people were fighting with each other. They were wielding their swords and slashing at each other. Suddenly, there was a flash of fire. Suddenly, the entire military camp was filled with electric sparks. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound, and an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted in the heart of Great Zhao's military camp. The violent explosion had blown a hole of several hundred feet in the heart of the camp. Everyone in the heart of the camp, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, regardless of their rank, was blown up into the sky and scattered into pieces of flesh. Then, the entire military camp suddenly caught on fire. The fire was raging and quickly spread. It had spread over 500 miles in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was still rapidly expanding to the surroundings. Bursts of yellow smoke and black fog soared into the sky and rapidly spread over the entire battlefield in this windless and cloudless weather. This smoke was obviously added with something. Everyone who smelled the yellow smoke felt dizzy. Moreover, their minds seemed to have fallen into an inexplicable confusion. They screamed wildly and waved their swords madly. They didn't care if they were friends or foes and started to fight in a chaotic manner. The black smoke rose and spread. Everyone who smelled it felt powerless. It seemed that they couldn't even control their eyelids. Their weapons fell to the ground with a clang sound. They could only look at the enemy's snow-white swords with a terrified look on their faces as they slashed at their bodies. The green smoke rolled and rose. Everyone who smelled it felt excited. It seemed as if their bodies had suddenly become congested with blood. They used their inexhaustible strength and roared as they slashed at their enemies. The thick purple smoke blew out. Everyone who smelled it felt as if they were in a dreamland. Moreover, the blood vessels in their bodies surged. They suddenly lifted their tents and found themselves surrounded by beautiful women. They couldn't help but shout excitedly and pounce on them like perverts. Obscene laughter, strange cries, and screams of struggle. These sounds were unbearable to the eyes. These things turned out to be all kinds of drugs that the Golden Horse Riders Department had spent more than 10 years to collect. Some of them were smokes that could make people feel powerless. Some were poisons, and some were aphrodisiacs. All in all, there were all kinds of poisonous smokes that could make people lose their bearings here. Furthermore, as it burned, it continued to emit, and there was more and more poisonous smoke, and as it rose, it kept drifting towards the mountains. However, it was blocked by the bandits and drifted back, continuing to cover the sky above the battlefield. It was as if there was a huge magnet here that kept the poisonous smoke from drifting away. Towards the end of the war, there was no organization and discipline. Everyone was killing based on their instincts. Whether it was the generals or the soldiers, they had all fallen into a state of confusion. Inside Diwu Qingrou's tent, Jingming Hun was fully clothed. He was counting the time. Finally, he stood up and shouted, "It's time for us to move out." All members of the Golden Horse Riders Department were to assemble and attack. Target: King of Hell Chu. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Jingming Hun was about to stride out when someone suddenly shouted angrily from outside, "How can this be? I want to see the Prime Minister. I want to see the Prime Minister." It was the general of the Heavenly Dragon, Yu Han. He had rushed inside while speaking. He bumped into Jingming Hun. "King-level expert Jing, where's the Prime Minister?" "The Prime Minister isn't here." "If you have something to say, tell me," Jingming Hun replied coldly. "What's going on?" Yu Han angrily pointed at the chaotic battlefield at the foot of the mountain. His eyes were bloodshot. "What kind of a shameful way of fighting is this?" "General Yu, what are you talking about?" Jingming Hun looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I only want to ask, who gave the order to blow up the camp?" Yu Han asked with grief and indignation. "It was me. I, Jingming Hun, gave the order. The Golden Horse Riders Department carried it out." "What's wrong?" Jingming Hun snorted and asked. "What's wrong?" Yu Han roared in anger. Suddenly, he grabbed Jingming Hun's lapel. He clenched his teeth and asked, "Why? Why did you do this?" "This is the Prime Minister's order." You can ask Prime Minister Diwu if you have any doubts. Jing Menghen looked at Yu Han's hand and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let go." Bastard! Yu Han was extremely indignant. He suddenly slapped Jing Menghen's face and said angrily, "You could have detonated the explosives ahead of time. That way, Iron Cloud would have borne the brunt of the explosion and the smoke. Why did you have to detonate the explosives after our people had rushed in? This is a crime." Yu Han screamed in grief and indignation. "Iron Cloud is finished. But we're also finished. Do you know that? You son of a bitch, those are my brothers. My soldiers. My soldiers." Jing Menghen reached out his hand and stroked the place where he had been slapped. His eyes were like an eagle's. They contained suppressed anger and a faint murderous intention. "General Yu, you don't have the right to speak in this matter. I, Jing Menghen, have a good grasp of the timing. It was also the Prime Minister's arrangement. Now, you let go. I won't haggle over the fact that you slapped me." Yu Han angrily shouted, "I slapped you? Bastard! Even if I cut you to pieces, it won't be enough to compensate for your heinous crimes. This is murder. This is a deliberate rebellion. I want to see the Prime Minister. I want to see Diwu Qingro." The murderous intention in Jing Menghen's eyes grew more and more intense. "General Yu, there are some things that you can't say." Yu Han pulled out his sword with a clang sound. Then, he crazily rushed towards Jing Menghen and slashed at him. He cursed, "You executioner, you and Diwu Qingro are executioners." Suddenly, Jing Menghen reached out and grabbed his neck. He lifted his tall and sturdy body up. He clenched his teeth and fiercely said, "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Your soldiers? Can't your soldiers be killed? Don't tell me you have a lot of face. Do you believe that I won't kill you as well?" Yu Han struggled with all his might. "You dare. Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, Jing Menghen, I will." Suddenly, a kacha sound was heard. Yu Han's neck was bent to one side. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jing Menghen in disbelief. Then, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Only a pair of stiff eyes were left. They were full of anger and hatred. Unexpectedly, Jing Menghen had already broken his neck. Everyone in the tent suddenly cried out in alarm. Then, they became dumbstruck. "Jing Menghen has beaten a general to death? You're overestimating your capabilities." Jing Menghen coldly snorted. He casually tossed Yu Han's corpse far away and said, "Follow me. We're going to kill King of Hell Chu." The news of Yu Han's death at the hands of the Iron Cloud's assassins soon spread throughout the Great Zhao's barracks. Yu Han's 100,000-strong army was the only unit that Diwu Qingro had left behind to bring up the rear. Moreover, Yu Han was a man of virtue and prestige. He loved his soldiers very much. So, he had always been supported by the soldiers. Now that Yu Han had died, the army had no leader. So, it had become even more chaotic. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers wept at the same time. "Take revenge for the great commander. Kill all of those Iron Cloud bastards." Someone suddenly yelled out crazily with tears streaming down his face. "Go. Kill those bastards." Dozens of people galloped out of the ranks on their horses. They then rushed towards the battlefield in a frenzy. "Take revenge for the great commander." A rumbling sound was heard. Thousands of people rushed out in a frenzy. "Rush up." Tears streamed down the deputy general's face as he clenched his teeth. "Kill them ruthlessly." A rumbling sound was heard as the 100,000-strong army rushed up the hillside. Then, they rushed down like a sudden waterfall. The 30,000-strong cavalry of the Golden Horse Riders Department also rushed in another direction as these people rushed down the hillside. The hilltop had been densely packed with people a moment ago, but it had become empty now. A cool breeze blew, and a burst of thick smoke drifted over and covered the hilltop. The thick smoke dispersed, and a black-robed figure appeared on the hilltop. He looked down at the battlefield in full swing and heard the earth-shaking battle cries. Diwu Qingro crossed his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm and gentle as he looked down. It was as if the bloody tragedy below had nothing to do with him. His black robe was fluttering in the wind. Diwu Qingro's beard was also gently fluttering. His face was calm and cool. He looked like an immortal. He looked like this for a long time. Then, he gently sighed. He took out an invisible mound from his bosom and placed it on his palm. He stared at it for a long time. Then, he opened his palm and softly said, "Go." The invisible mound flapped its wings and flew up with a flapping sound. It circled in the air and then disappeared without a trace, as if it had melted into the air. This was a message for Inwu Tian, and the others who were guarding the great Zhao Prefecture's capital. Diwu Qingro had only written a few sentences on the message that the invisible mound had carried. Wash the prefecture with blood. Exterminate the imperial clan. Then, Diwu Qingro's seal appeared. Diwu Qingro faintly smiled as he looked at the disappearance of the invisible mound. He looked in Chu Yang's direction and softly said in his heart, "King of Hell Chu, I owe you. But don't forget that you also owe me. You and I will meet again in the upper three heavens." At that time, Then, he took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield. Then, he turned his head and looked at the direction of the great Zhao Prefecture. There was reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes. But he didn't say anything in the end. He just let out a long sigh. After a long time, Diwu Qingro spoke in a sad and low voice. It seemed as if he was talking in a dream. "The lower three heavens is over? I'm afraid that I, Diwu Qingro, will never return to this place in this lifetime." The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The morning wind was also gradually blowing. It was getting stronger and stronger. The poisonous smoke that had originally shrouded the battlefield seemed to have completed its mission. It began to slowly drift away. The poisonous smoke was disappearing faster and faster along with the sound of the wind. A gust of wind came, and the smoke rushed to the summit. It shrouded Diwu Qingro's thin figure. The thick smoke dispersed, and Diwu Qingro's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 402. The situation of the battle became even more chaotic. Yuhan's army rushed in, and a part of them got drugged by the poisonous smoke. These people were already extremely sad and indignant. So, they became even more berserk. It seemed as if millions of people had lost their minds and were fiercely rushing in to kill. Taibu Tian had also rushed in with Shadow and the army in the beginning. But she had felt that something was wrong when she had discovered that the poisonous smoke was rising everywhere. So, the two shadows had risked their lives to rescue Taibu Tian. Thick smoke floated in the air. People had lost their minds and had rushed into the battlefield. However, Taibu Tian and the two shadows were safe and sound. Taibu Tian's chest would flash with a hazy radiance every time the thick smoke floated over, and her body would be shrouded in this radiance. Shadow was also doing the same. The three of them were flabbergasted, but they later discovered that the mysterious Yang Jade had taken effect. This piece of mysterious Yang Jade had such a function. Everything was fine after they had withdrawn from the battlefield. However, the bloody smell that had soared to the sky still made Taibu Tian uncomfortable. Her complexion had turned pale, and she felt nauseous in her chest. She retched several times. Then, she walked a little further away. Then, she finally calmed down. Shadow looked at Taibu Tian with a strange and worried look in his eyes. Only several tens of thousands of people had followed Taibu Tian to protect her. The battlefield wasn't far away, so it wouldn't take long for them to rush over here. However, Taibu Tian was the most important person in the battlefield. Even millions of soldiers of Great Zhao's army didn't look in her direction. Taibu Tian calmed herself down. Then, she focused her eyes on the battlefield. She looked at the surrounding terrain and suddenly realized something. A look of deep worry and unbearable worry appeared on her face. Diwu Qingro had set up the 7 Killings Great Array with his own camp and this mountain as the dragon's spine. This Diwu Qingro is very vicious. 7 Killings Great Array? Shadow was puzzled. The 7 Slaughters Array, as its name suggests, is the most ferocious killing array. It needs the power of living beings to activate it. The more people die in this array, the greater the power of the array. Moreover, Diwu Qingro had arranged so many drugs inside. So, It made it even more difficult for people to retreat. In the end, the entire army was wiped out. Taibu Tian's complexion changed as he said this. Shadow, you enter the array immediately. Tell Uncle Wang to withdraw immediately. As for the rest of the soldiers, withdraw as many as you can. The formation has already been completed. If we continue to stay here, we will only lose our lives. Ing nodded and leaped up, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the army formation. Tai Butian watched worriedly. Suddenly, he let out a huge sigh. The lives of 8 million people. Diwu Qingru, what exactly are you trying to do? Why did you make such a crazy decision? Right now, Tai Butian naturally didn't know that Diwu Qingru had already left this place. That green robe that had once awed the entire lower 3 heavens had already drifted to a faraway place. After a long time, Ing rushed out with a person on his back. His entire body was bathed in blood. He was Tai Longcheng, a famous general of his generation. However, he had already fainted. What's wrong? Tai Butian was shocked. I was the one who knocked him out. Ing laughed dryly. He was also charmed. That's good. Tai Butian let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked in another direction. Why haven't we seen Minister Chu's troops yet? Minister Chu is extremely intelligent. He has foresight. I'm afraid that he has anticipated the situation here. That's why he hasn't moved. However, I'm afraid that our Iron Cloud's most elite military strength is only left with Minister Chu's 300,000 troops. Ing sighed. Tai Butian's eyes flashed with a trace of comfort and pride. Then, he insipidly said, Minister Chu always makes people feel at ease. Ing and Ing looked at each other. They both saw a trace of different emotions in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats was heard. A group of cavalry rushed over like a whirlwind. The leader shouted, We are Minister Chu. May I ask if His Majesty is well? His Majesty is well. What's the situation on Minister Chu's side? Ing replied loudly. Minister Chu is in a confrontation with the Golden Horse Riders Department. Minister Chu said that he will try his best to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. As long as His Majesty is well, this war is already won. That person replied loudly. Minister Chu, take care of yourself. Tai Butian replied loudly. Yes, this subordinate will remember. The person who had arrived suddenly pulled the reins of his horse. The horse neighed and suddenly changed direction. It turned around and rushed back the way it had come. Minister Chu is indeed a conscientious person, Ing said meaningfully. Tai Butian's eyes revealed a trace of sweetness. But, he understood in his heart, Chu Yang must have known about the situation here. That's why he's concerned about my safety. It's just as he said, everyone is inside the 7 Killings Great Array. Even if there are survivors, there won't be many of them. As for Iron Cloud, it's a victory as long as I'm still alive. That's because I still have Chu Yang's 300,000 troops. And Diwu Qingru has already thrown all his troops into the battle. Meanwhile, Chu Yang's Iron Bucket Formation was in a confrontation with the Golden Horse Riders Department's cavalry. Chu Yang wouldn't rashly start a decisive battle before Tai Butian's news came back. This made Jing Ming Hun very sullen. King of Hell Chu. Jing Ming Hun roared, Come and fight me to the death. Chu Yang ignored him. Eventually, the messenger rushed back. He brought back the news that Chu Yang had been longing for. His Majesty is well. Chu Yang felt relieved. Tai Butian is well. So, the only thing left is to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. I believe that there won't be any other forces as long as I get rid of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Are you ready? Chu Yang asked. I'm ready. Wu Kuangyun's face flushed with excitement. I can finally move unhindered on the battlefield. He had been holding back for a long time because he couldn't personally go into battle. I'm not asking you. Chu Yang looked at Chun Yutong and the others. I'm ready. Chung Ong said loudly. What about me? Wu Kuangyun stared blankly and asked anxiously. You take the army and go to help His Majesty. You're needed there. As for the Golden Horse Riders Department, leave it to me. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions when he said the words His Majesty. Chu Yang naturally had a plan to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. But, He knew some things that he hadn't known before because of his plan. Chu Yang's plan was poison. Give them a taste of their own medicine. He had specially studied the nearby terrain for this purpose. And he had finally set his target at a small lake 350 kilometers away. Chu Yang's plan was to turn the entire lake into poisonous water. Then, he would lure the Golden Horse Riders department there. This would cause Jing Minghun to lose a lot of his military strength. Then, he would use this method one after another. And he would be able to wear down Jing Minghun no matter what he did. Chu Yang didn't even think about a frontal battle. Chu Yang and the troops he led were just bait. Tai Long Chung was full of resentment towards Diwu Qingrou. Therefore, he would do anything to defeat Diwu Qingrou. Jing Minghun was also full of resentment towards King Ran of Chu. In fact, it was an irreconcilable hatred. Jing Minghun would kill Chu Yang as long as he had the opportunity. Therefore, Diwu Qingrou had specifically assigned Jing Minghun to Chu Yang. He had given Jing Minghun a mission: kill King of Hell Chu. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to lead the Golden Horse Riders department and kill King of Hell Chu. Jing Minghun had received such an order. However, it was also in line with Chu Yang's thoughts. Chu Yang had naturally thought of using the poisonous flood dragon's poison when he had chosen the poison to use. However, the sword spirit had firmly stopped him. That was because the poisonous flood dragon's poison would have been poisonous for countless years if he had used it. Who knew how many people would have died if that had happened? Moreover, many of Jing Minghun's subordinates had already lost their lives to the poisonous flood dragon's poison. Therefore, the sword spirit had recommended another poison to Chu Yang. You can use the lust flood dragon's poison. It's much better than the poisonous flood dragon's poison. Lust flood dragon? Chu Yang asked blankly. What's a lust flood dragon? This sentence made the sword spirit widen his eyes. It can't be, right? You've been poisoned by the lust flood dragon's aphrodisiac. But you're still saying that you don't know? How did you get rid of it? I've been poisoned by the aphrodisiac? Chu Yang was even more at a loss. Do you remember that you had encountered two big snakes when you had met Jing Minghun in the last stage of your escape? One of them had fiercely blown a puff of pink smoke at you. The sword spirit was helpless. How can this guy not know anything? Chu Yang suddenly remembered when the sword spirit said this. Yes, there was such a thing. That was the lust flood dragon. The sword spirit said. He then explained the characteristics of the lust flood dragon. The more he explained, the bigger Chu Yang's mouth opened. In the end, he was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. You're thinking that I've been poisoned? Chu Yang asked in a daze. Yes, the sword spirit affirmed. You mean that there's no other way to get rid of this aphrodisiac apart from sexual intercourse? The five of them would have taken advantage of this opportunity to fester and die. Chu Yang asked while stammering. Exactly. The sword spirit affirmed again. But why didn't I die? Chu Yang's eyes were lifeless. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. How do I know? I was also unconscious at that time. The sword spirit replied in a discontented manner. Is there really no other way? Chu Yang wanted to cry. Doesn't that mean that my pure and spotless body, I don't have any chastity? Cough, cough, cough. But the problem is, who opened the bud for me? I couldn't do anything even if I was awake. I could have suppressed the aphrodisiac at most and prolonged it for a while. But it would have eventually been resolved through this channel. The sword spirit helplessly said. Chu Yang sat down. His face was pale. The sword spirit reminded him. So, there must have been a woman who had sex with you. Chu Yang covered his face. But who was that? He remembered that Taibu Tian was a man, and there were two shadows. Could it be shadows? Chu Yang shuddered as he recalled the rigid face of the female shadow. But then, he concluded that it wasn't the case. If that's the case, there must have been some traces. Moreover, her husband was beside her. That's even more impossible. But who was this woman who did that to me? Chapter 403. Minister Chu was in extreme pain. I lost my virginity unknowingly and didn't feel anything. Moreover, I don't know who that woman is. I don't even know what she looks like. Is there anything more speechless for a man in the world than this? Is there anything more depressing than this? No matter who it is, Taibutian definitely knows about it, said the sword spirit. Sigh. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. Suddenly, a feeling of suffocation rose in his heart. Taibutian, you know everything, but you don't say anything? What's going on? Are you playing with me? After suffocation came anger. But there was also undeniable gratitude. It doesn't matter who that woman is. I'm under the influence of the aphrodisiac, but I don't know anything. And I let the other party take the initiative. This is extremely difficult for any woman. Moreover, I have to bear a lot of pain. Because, according to Sword Spirit, my purity is very high. So, an ordinary woman can't bear it. The other party is my savior. But I don't even know who my savior is. Chu Yang remained silent. He really wanted to go to Taibu Tian and ask her what was going on. But this was a critical moment. He could only wait until after the war. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He eventually adopted Sword Spirit's method. Create a pool of spring water with the inner core of the lust dragon. First, this poison was more tyrannical than the poison of the poisonous flood dragon. Moreover, it was colorless and tasteless. Moreover, it was convenient. One only needed to throw the inner core into it. The most important thing was, the pool of green water would return to its original state after 3 days of evaporation. The efficacy of the poison would disappear completely. So, there was no need to worry. Therefore, Chu Yang had taken out the 2 inner cores a few hours ago and hid them in the pool of water. Chu Yang saw that Jingming Hun was still strutting around after he received the news that Taibu Tian was safe and sound. He couldn't help but get angry. Motherfucker, I'm depressed, but you bastards still came here to make a fuss. Wu Qinqian, you follow Wu Kuangyun. Leave this to me. Chu Yang's face was cold. Chu Yang, leave this to me, Wu Qinqian said calmly. Chu Yang turned his head to look, and saw that Wu Qinqian's attire was the same as his. A black robe completely covered her body. She only needed to wear a mask, and she would be a living king of Hell Chu. What are you doing? Chu Yang's face turned cold. I will be the bait for you. Wu Qinqian's eyes were filled with determination. Everyone knew that this battle against the Golden Horse Riders Department was a battle with a huge disparity in terms of ratio. The 30,000-strong army of the Golden Horse Riders Department couldn't be compared to this motley crew that Chu Yang had temporarily assembled. The danger of this battle far exceeded the slaughter of millions of soldiers. Moreover, Jingming Hun, a Peking-level expert, was personally leading the team. There were also dozens of lower-grade revered martial artists. The weakest one was a martial master. Even an emperor-level expert could lose his life if he wasn't careful. Wu Qianqian was very pessimistic. However, there was one thing that she had to do. Even if I have to die a horrible death, nothing must happen to Chu Yang. Therefore, Wu Qianqian had already prepared herself. I will replace Chu Yang and fight with Jingming Hun's people. I will take them to the pond when they are unable to endure the repeated battles. It would be good if they could come back alive. But Chu Yang would still be alive if they died in this battle. Even if they continued to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department, they would be weakened by at least half of their strength. It would be much easier for Chu Yang to deal with them. Wu Kuangyun had already begun to lead his troops when she saw that the 3 armies were ready. Wu Qinqian clamped her legs together and was about to rush out. Her hand reached into her bosom and was about to take out the mask to wear. Even if I die, my love won't be in vain if I die like this. No. Chu Yang grabbed her and looked into her eyes with a stern look. I beg you, Wu Qianqian whispered. But her voice was firm as she said, I beg you. You don't have to go. I will go. I beg you. Chu Yang's mind was shaken. He suddenly became absent-minded and thought of Mo Qingwu. Back then, Qingwu was the same. No matter what, she would rather be injured and die than let him get hurt. Everything she did was for him. Chu Yang groaned in pain. He suddenly opened his eyes. Qianqian, I beg you, don't do this. He closed his eyes and restrained his surging emotions. Then, he said in a low voice, I already owe a woman my whole life. I don't want to owe another woman my whole life. Then, he suddenly pointed his finger at Wu Qianqian's chest. Wu Qianqian was caught off guard. She didn't have enough time to defend herself. Her body swayed, and she fell into Chu Yang's arms. But her beautiful eyes were wide open. Her face was full of anxiety. Her eyes were full of pleading. Let me go. Let me go. Wu Kuangyun. Chu Yang shouted. Your subordinate is here. Miss Wu is injured. Take her to His Majesty's place to recuperate. Chu Yang ordered. Yes, Wu Kuangyun immediately arranged a carriage. Chu Yang held Wu Qianqian and gently placed her inside. Wu Qianqian looked at him foolishly. Chu Yang hardened his heart and turned around to leave. Wu Qianqian's tears finally flowed down silently. She looked at Chu Yang's back as he strode away. Her heart was filled with endless sorrow. Chu Yang, you already owe a woman your whole life. So, you have to repay her in this life. So, you don't want to owe me your whole life. But, you know what? You know what? You've already owed me. You've already owed me your whole life. Even though I won't ask you for it. But, you really owe me. Wu Qianqian silently shed tears. The carriage swayed and slowly started to move. Chu Yang restrained the Golden Horse Riders Department so that Tai Bu Tian could quickly take care of the battlefield and secure the victory. Who was more important and who was less important? Minister Chu turned around and looked up to the sky. He shouted, Everyone, get ready. 30,000 elites roared like a tsunami. The Golden Horse Riders Department is on the other side. They are known as the most elite troops in the world. Are you afraid to face them? We're not afraid. Do you want to defeat the Golden Horse Riders Department? Chu Yang roared. What's the most powerful in the world? They're just bullshit in our eyes. The Golden Horse Riders Department is bullshit. They're worse than bullshit. 30,000 people raised their arms and shouted. Chu Yang laughed out loud. He spurred his horse forward and shouted, Jingming Hun, I'll give you a chance to fight a decisive battle. You and I have the same number of people. Do you dare to fight to the last man? Jingming Hun's eyes emitted a deep hatred. I swear I'll tear you to pieces as long as you don't run away. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed strangely. He suddenly clamped his legs on the horse's belly and shouted, Chop these bastards into mincemeat. The sturdy horse issued a long neigh and fiercely rushed out. 30,000 people whistled behind him and rolled out like a gale. Jingming Hun exposed a cruel and evil grin on his face. He waved his hand. Kill. If you kill King of Hell Chu, you'll be promoted by 3 ranks, and you'll get 10,000 taels of gold. The Golden Horse Riders Department's iron-like army surged forward. They started slowly and then sped up. They slowly formed a cruel torrent on the ground and fiercely met Chu Yang's troops. Chu Yang let out a long and loud shout. He jumped up along with his horse. Then, he shouted, What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? He had used this move at this moment. The entire area was covered in blood. But he had gained a kind of enlightenment. It had become even more cruel and fierce. A bright sword light soared high into the sky. It turned into an unstoppable fierce light. It rushed into the troops of the Golden Horse Riders Department at lightning speed and went straight for Jingming Hun. Suddenly, a magnificent crown appeared in midair. This crown was golden red in color. It looked like the sun had risen in the sky. It was several times bigger than the crown of an ordinary king-level expert. Jingming Hun exclaimed, A king-level expert? King of Hell Chu has broken through to the king-level expert in such a short time. However, he didn't have time to wonder because Chu Yang's sword had already swept away the rain of blood. More than a dozen people screamed as they were cut into 2 halves. Chu Yang had arrived in front of Jingming Hun. Come on. Jingming Hun flew up from his horse's back. His sword energy shot out in a crisscross manner. He met Chu Yang's move head-on. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Both of their bodies trembled with a loud bang. Jingming Hun borrowed the force of the collision to fly back. He was extremely distressed. The sword that I've been using for decades has turned into a sawtooth. He then looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't care about his sword. He let out a long and loud shout and rushed forward again. Jingming Hun felt a chill in his heart. He had felt that King of Hell Chu had made great progress every time he had fought with him. This time, he was actually able to stand on equal footing with him and not be at a disadvantage. Chu Yang had borrowed the power of the divine sword. Moreover, his sword moves were very mysterious. But it was still inconceivable that he could achieve this. Jingming Han saw that Chu Yang's opponent was rushing over with an aggressive momentum. So, he fiercely dodged and avoided Chu Yang's sharp sword. Then, he grabbed a big saber from one of his subordinates and prepared to fight with Chu Yang again. However, he turned his head and saw that King of Hell Chu was ignoring him. Chu Yang had killed his way into the cavalry. Blood surged everywhere he went, and human heads rolled like watermelons. Chu Yang had rushed forward more than 200 feet in a flash. He had left behind nearly 100 mutilated corpses. Jingming Han roared and rushed over. Then, the two armies collided with each other. It seemed as if the heavenly thunder had ignited the earth's fire. Both sides were doing their utmost to kill each other. They were doing their utmost to advance. Two people would often exchange a move. Then, they would pass by each other and would be replaced by another opponent. Everyone was rushing forward with indomitable will. Chu Yang felt a bright light in front of him after a quarter of an hour. The pressure on his body had lightened. He had already broken through the rear of the enemy's cavalry. Only 18,000 of the 30,000 elites were left behind, and they followed Chu Yang as he rushed out. Jingming Han let out a long and loud shout. He gathered his troops and turned around at the fastest speed. He was ready to welcome the next round of battle. King-level expert Jing's confidence had greatly increased after this round of battle. The enemy has left behind at least 10,000 corpses in this battle, but my side has only paid the price of less than 5,000 people. We will soon be able to kill the enemy as long as we continue to fight like this. However, he was left dumbfounded when he turned around. King of Hell Chu had led his troops. He hadn't turned around. He had rushed in the opposite direction like a wisp of smoke, and he had left behind billowing smoke on the ground. Chapter 404. Everyone, run. These bastards are too ferocious. A voice was heard from afar. It was King of Hell Chu. Jingming Han was so angry that he almost vomited blood. King of Hell Chu, you're shameless. Didn't you say that we should fight to the death? King of Hell Chu's scolding voice was heard from afar. Jingming Han, you're a moron. What qualifications do you have to fight to the death with me? Don't you think that exhausting you to death is the same as fighting to the death? Don't you think that playing you to death is the same as fighting to the death? Ha ha. Jingming Han's eyes turned red as he roared, chase. He didn't believe that King of Hell Chu's motley crew could outrun his golden horse armored cavalry. Diwu Qingrou's firm command had made Jingming Han's heart very determined to kill King of Hell Chu. How could he not chase after him when he had such a big advantage? Suddenly, the two teams started to chase after each other. They left billowing dust on the ground. On the other side, Wu Kuangyun and his army quickly joined Taibu Tian. They looked at the earth-shaking battle inside the Seven Killings Great Formation and sucked in a cold breath. Your Majesty, why don't you give the order to attack? Wu Kuangyun asked cautiously. Anyone would know that this was the best time to attack. The people inside had clearly exhausted their strength. As long as there were fresh troops inside, it would be easy to capture them. Moreover, there were so many Iron Cloud soldiers. No. Taibu Tian slightly shook her head. Her eyes were filled with pity. It's not that I don't want to. Diwu Qingrou has used the power of heaven to combine the terrain with the mountain range to form a killing formation. Millions of soldiers have been sacrificed to activate the Seven Killings Great Formation. Moreover, this formation connects heaven and earth. It can't be broken. She sighed deeply. Even if millions of people were to enter, they would be affected by the killing formation and would turn into corpses. Wu Kuangyun sucked in a cold breath. His eyes opened wide. Diwu Qingrou's deranged behavior is intolerable, Taibu Tian said angrily. Everyone was silent. Diwu Qingrou had set up such a formation. It was clear that he wanted to capture all the soldiers of Iron Cloud and Great Zhao in one fell swoop. If he had only schemed against Iron Cloud, it would have been understandable. After all, they were enemies. But to even scheme against one's own people was truly too inhumane. It's a pity that Diwu Qingrou's loyal subordinates have been risking their lives for decades. Wu Kuangyun heaved a long sigh. Those people had risked their lives for Diwu Qingrou. They had guarded the borders for decades without any complaints or regrets. But Diwu Qingrou had mercilessly abandoned them. They couldn't help but feel a little sad. Tai Butian also sighed. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, there's only one person like Diwu Qingrou in these thousands of years. Wu Kuangyun's heart trembled. He bowed and said, yes. Fortunately, we are working under His Majesty, which is 1,000,000 times better than our colleagues in Great Zhao. Then, he looked at the great array and said, Your Majesty, it seems that this battle will only end in the afternoon. Your Majesty, why don't you take a rest first? Leave the matters here to me. Tai Butian smiled faintly. She glanced sideways and saw Wu Qianqian standing at the side. Her eyes lit up involuntarily. Since that's the case, I'll go and have a chat with Miss Wu. Her tone deliberately revealed traces of tenderness. Wu Kuangyun was startled. Then, he exposed an ambiguous smile and said, Your Majesty, please. Tai Butian nodded and walked towards Wu Qianqian. Then, the two of them exchanged a few words. Then, they left under the protection of the Imperial Guards. Tai Butian dismissed everyone in the big tent. Only Wu Qianqian and herself remained. The two of them sat opposite each other. Wu Qianqian had been worried about Chu Yang's safety, so she was somewhat distracted. However, Tai Butian's mind was in a mess. She didn't know what to say, so she remained silent for a while. Wu Qianqian recovered after a long time. Then, she asked faintly, Your Majesty, what's the matter? Tai Butian smiled embarrassedly and said, Yes, there's something I want to discuss with Miss Wu. Haha. I also want to say something from the bottom of my heart. This war was really cruel. I hope that such a cruel war will never happen again. The people are in a terrible situation. The common people are in a terrible situation. It's really too horrible to look at. Wu Qianqian said faintly, With Your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the common people's lives will definitely get better and better. Haha. Tai Butian smiled gently. Suddenly, she changed the topic and said, Miss Wu, what do you think of Minister Chu? When Wu Qianqian heard the words Minister Chu, her eyes narrowed. Her scattered spirit gradually gathered together. She rolled her eyes and asked coldly, What do you think? She thought to herself, could it be that His Majesty wants to give up after seeing that the situation is in his hands? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of vigilance. I'm not talking about that. Tai Butian coughed speechlessly and said, I'm saying that Minister Chu seems to have a beloved woman in his heart. And haha, the light in Wu Qianqian's eyes dimmed. She said, That has nothing to do with me. Of course, Tai Butian had always been eloquent. But now, she felt that every sentence she said was a little stuttering. She didn't even know how to open her mouth. But Miss Wu, do you intend to continue like this? Tai Butian's eyes flickered. She said, You must know that men and women should get married when they grow up. Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to say? Wu Qianqian's thoughts were stirred up by her words. She couldn't help but feel a little bad. She was about to turn 20. If she still didn't get married, she would be considered an old lady. Although she was determined, her father would definitely urge her to talk about marriage. It was so annoying. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but be at her wit's end. I'm saying, Tai Butian coughed a few times. She found it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, she finally let out a long sigh. I, Tai Butian, have been too old since I was young. For more than 10 years, I've been under tremendous pressure. Even when I take a breath, I have to be careful. I've also never tasted the love of ordinary men and women. Alarm bells rang in Wu Qianqian's heart. What does this mean? To show his own purity? Tell me, he hasn't been flirting with women? There are only a few maids in the palace. Even when he ascended the throne, he didn't have a concubine. Tai Butian said with difficulty. As the Emperor of Iron Cloud, he doesn't have a single woman by his side. Wu Qianqian snorted. Her face was a little pale. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the emperor, she would have left in a huff. But the unification of the world is imminent. The legacy of the emperor has to be put on the agenda. There are 3 ways an ordinary family can be unfilial. Having no descendants is the worst, let alone the legacy of the emperor's grandson. Tai Butian beat around the bush, feeling helpless. She raised her head and saw that Wu Qianqian was still cold and expressionless. Tai Butian sighed again in her heart. So, she continued to work hard. Now, the court officials are busy with the selection every day. It's really annoying. Wu Qianqian snorted again. Suddenly, she was about to stand up. Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Don't. Tai Butian hurriedly stood up to stop her. To be honest, this time, I'd like to ask Miss Wu for a favor. It's just a small favor. What favor? Wu Qianqian asked. Miss Wu. Tai Butian's expression became serious and serious. If I, Tai Butian, am removed from the position of the emperor and let Miss Wu look at me as an ordinary person, do you have any redeeming qualities? Your Majesty is an extraordinary man. Of course, I have my redeeming qualities. Wu Qianqian said calmly. Then what kind of person am I in your heart? Tai Butian persisted in her questioning. I want to hear Miss Wu's honest thoughts. Your Majesty is handsome and elegant. Every word and action of yours is elegant. When you're gentle, you make people feel like they're bathing in the spring breeze. When you're strict, you make people feel like they're in a thunderstorm. When you're quiet, you're moving like a fleeing rabbit. You're one of the top men in the world today, Wu Qianqian said sincerely. But what? Tai Butian asked anxiously. But it's just that your height is a little short. Wu Qianqian didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. The way she looked at Tai Butian was clearly saying, You're about the same height as me, Tai Butian was a little speechless. Actually, Tai Butian's height wasn't considered short. With a height of 1.7 meters, he could be said to be a crane in a flock of chickens. But Wu Qianqian herself was a tall beauty. The two of them were about the same height, and there was Chu Yang as a comparison. Therefore, in Wu Qianqian's eyes, this man, Tai Butian, was just a third-level handicap. Actually, I'm not considered short. Minister Chu is only a palm taller than me. Tai Butian defended himself somewhat weakly. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes. Only a palm taller than you? You make it sound so easy. It's not like you don't know. Not to mention a palm. Even if you're taller by a bean, you're still a height that a person can't reach in his lifetime. If that's the case, the difference between a mountain and the sky isn't that big. At most, it's only a few 100,000 miles apart. What matter does your Majesty have that you need my help with? Wu Qianqian asked somewhat impatiently. You left me here alone with a man and a woman. What if Chu Yang comes back and sees us and misunderstands? Actually, I... Tai Butian stammered. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said, Actually, I've always admired Miss Wu. Stop. Wu Qianqian was furious. She thought to herself, You actually said it out loud. But since Tai Butian had said it out loud, why would he stop? He simply continued without a care. Now, the courtiers are urging me to get married. If Miss Wu doesn't mind, I'm willing to make Miss Wu the empress. For the rest of my life, there will be no second color. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Qianqian's face was frosty. She stood up abruptly and turned to walk out. Wait, Tai Butian shouted. But why would Wu Qianqian bother with him? The moment she heard that, she walked even faster and was about to walk out. Tai Butian chased after her and hugged her. He said, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wu Qianqian was furious. Let go of me. She reached out and pushed him away. This pair of hands actually happened to push against Tai Butian's chest. Chapter 405. Qianqian was suddenly taken aback. This doesn't feel right. She looked suspiciously at Tai Butian's flat chest and couldn't help but grab and rub it again. Wu Qianqian screamed, almost sending the tent flying. The person being molested hadn't even screamed, but this person who was molesting someone else actually screamed first. Tai Butian only felt a pinch on her chest and couldn't help but blush. It was summer now, and she wasn't wearing much clothes. You're still touching, Tai Butian said angrily with a red face. She felt that the hands on her chest actually didn't stop grabbing and pinching. Wu Qianqian screamed again. She jumped back 3 steps. She could feel cold sweat trickling down her back. Her face was deathly pale as she stammered, you, what about me? Tai Butian rolled her eyes at her. Don't make any noise. You're like a girl? Wu Qianqian finally woke up. She lowered her voice and spoke in an incredulous tone. Tai Butian snorted and then slowly reached her hand into her clothes. Then, she took off a jade pendant from her neck. Wu Qianqian only felt a blur before her eyes and a faint halo flashed by. Then, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then, she rubbed them again. It's true. Wu Qianqian moaned and almost fainted. She swore that she really didn't blink just now. And Tai Butian was also really standing there without moving. However, after a flash of light, Tai Butian's entire appearance changed. She was originally a handsome young man full of heroic spirit. But after the flash, she actually turned into a... She was still dressed as a man. But now, Tai Butian's cheeks were rosy and her hair was like clouds, flowing down elegantly. Her chest was high and her waist was slender. She was obviously a peerless beauty. Wu Qianqian's eyes instantly widened. Tai Butian's eyes turned, and she smiled lightly. Did you see clearly? Wu Qianqian nodded in a daze. Thinking about the feeling just now, she couldn't help but reminisce. Her fingers actually unconsciously twirled and 2 words suddenly came to her mind. So big. How could it be so big? Wu Qianqian lowered her head and looked at her chest. She compared with Tai Butian and Tai Butian. In terms of appearance, they were about the same, but she was really big. Come in. Tai Butian saw her twirling and couldn't help but blush. She pulled her hand and affectionately pulled her to sit down. This time, of course, Wu Qianqian's body. She opened fire by surprise. You're a woman's husband? Yours by surprise? By Tai TSS by TS by TSD, SSSS. S's? S by Teat, SD, S she's S's. T, S, Tai Shi-chung, the Emperor of Iron Cloud, suddenly went crazy and massacred the entire palace. Even the Empress and the Princess were not spared. Wu Qianqian was also a very intelligent person. She finally understood what was going on. She couldn't help but sigh. Tai Butian saw her expression and knew that she had guessed something. Tai Butian's expression also became a little gloomy. She said in a low voice, back then, my father only had a few daughters. He didn't have an emperor. I was the youngest at that time. My father seemed to have a premonition. He kept my birth a secret and told everyone that I was the emperor. There was another reason. When I was born, my master was traveling in Iron Cloud. He was in the palace at that time. After seeing me, he felt that I had a good foundation and accepted me as his younger brother. Moreover, he gave me a jade token. That's the one. I see. Wu Qianqian nodded in relief. Wu Qianqian was still puzzled. But why did you? She looked at Tai Butian from the corner of her eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? Tai Butian's face instantly turned red. Wu Qianqian recalled how she used to regard Tai Butian as a scourge. The more she thought about it, the more amused she felt. She chuckled. You're really something. You actually had feelings for me since a long time ago. Tai Butian's face turned red. She said, I was just testing you first, Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. She laughed so hard that her body shook. You're actually an empress. You're really something. You want to be a pervert, but can you do it? Tai Butian finally couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up with a red face and grabbed Wu Qianqian's chest. Little hoof, if you continue to spout nonsense. As she said that, she actually gave Wu Qianqian a taste of her own medicine. She also mischievously rubbed and pinched her chest. Wu Qianqian felt weak all over. She hurriedly slapped her hand away and said, You wanted my help just for this? Yes, but it's not just this. There's something else? Tai Butian stammered. What is it? Wu Qianqian smiled like a flower. There's also something like. Tai Butian leaned close to Wu Qianqian's ear and said a few words. Huh? Wu Qianqian exclaimed and jumped up. You're pregnant? Why this? Keep your voice down. Tai Butian reacted quickly. She covered Wu Qianqian's mouth. My little grandaunt, what are you shouting for? Wu Qianqian looked at her in shock. After a long time, she asked, Whose? Tai Butian's face turned red. This matter was really a little difficult to talk about. Who plucked you? The number 1 flower of Iron Cloud? Wu Qianqian still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Tai Butian steeled her heart and said, Who else? Isn't it your sweetheart? Chu Yang? Wu Qianqian was shocked. Her face turned pale, and she stood up trembling all over. Yes, but... Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. He himself doesn't know. As she spoke, she told him everything that had happened that day. Since she had already said so much, it was impossible for her not to tell him everything. Wu Qianqian listened slowly. Her pale face slowly recovered. So it was like this. It was she who used her lifetime of cultivation and martial arts, as well as the most precious thing of a woman to save his life. So I need your help. Tai Butian finally finished. She looked at Wu Qianqian somewhat anxiously. I'm angry. I can't do anything about it. With such a thing happening you don't have to say any more. Wu Qianqian bit her red lips lightly. An intense struggle flashed across her heart. Finally, her eyes revealed a determined look. I promise you. She couldn't be with him forever, but raising his child with her own hands was also a kind of consolation, right? Wu Qianqian turned her head and looked at Tai Butian. This outstanding beauty in front of her was really in the same boat as her. It was just that, in some areas, she was more unfortunate than her. But in some areas, she had something more than her. Wu Qianqian stared at Tai Butian's belly. A wave of jealousy suddenly rose in her heart. His child. This was his child. Recalling how Tai Butian was very determined not to let her go that night, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but think. If the one who went wasn't Tai Butian but herself, then this child would. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian's face heated up. She tried her best to stop herself from thinking about Tai Butian. Thank you, Qianqian. Tai Butian's eyes shone with gratitude. She said sincerely, but I hope that you won't let him know about this. I understand. Wu Qianqian bit her lips and promised solemnly. She really understood. Since he didn't have her in his heart and had another woman whom he loved deeply, and he didn't even know that she was a woman, what was the use of telling him? Make him suffer? Let him choose? Force him to take responsibility? What a joke. Both Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were extremely proud women. Both of them would never use such methods. Since you don't know, then don't know. We won't make things difficult for you. Even if such methods could really force Chu Yang to submit, both of them wouldn't bother to use them. We don't want this kind of love that comes from charity and forced marriage. If we want it, then we will defeat the woman in his heart fair and square. Tai Butian sighed and said, You have to consider this matter carefully. Although I want you to agree, I don't want you to force him. After all, you still have hope. You're not like me. Wu Qianqian shook her head painfully and said, There's no need to consider. If he accepts, then he'll be pitying me. What use do I have for such pity? I'm already very satisfied with this ending. She looked blankly at the tea and said softly, I know very well. Tai Butian sighed deeply. Then, she picked up the jade pendant and wore it around her neck. A burst of dense light flickered. The peerless beauty suddenly turned into that valiant and exuberant emperor of a generation who looked down on the world. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you a lot. Give birth to a son for me and lay the foundation of Iron Cloud. Tai Butian said softly. Wu Qianqian smiled and nodded. Give birth to a son for me? This is really a replacement. Later, I'll immediately send someone to sect leader Wu of Beyond the Heavens sect to propose marriage. I'll take you as my empress. Tai Butian said lightly. Beyond the Heavens sect will be a relative of the emperor. After Iron Cloud unifies the world, Beyond the Heavens sect will be the first protector sect. Qianqian, Do you have anything to add? I don't want. Wu Qianqian thought for a while and said, just a little reward is enough. If the reward is too heavy, it will harm beyond the heavens sect. After all, a sect is not an imperial court. That's good. Tai Butian agreed. Also, I don't want to give up the position of Minister of Butian Pavilion. Wu Qianqian said softly, King of Hell Chu is me. This is also a secret. Hearing the words King of Hell Chu, Tai Butian was a little stunned. After a long time, she nodded. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, Minister Chu, then, what do you think? On the surface, you're my empress. But when you're Minister of Butian Pavilion, I'll be your woman and your wife. How about that? Wu Qianqian was stunned. From these words, she suddenly felt Tai Butian Xian's unconditional love for Chu Yang. Even the title hidden in the deepest part of her heart was so important to this generation's empress. Wu Qianqian nodded silently. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. But tears of sadness came out of their smiles. Chapter 406. Chu Yang was rushing through the mountains and forests at the moment. Less than 15,000 people were fleeing behind him. Everyone was exhausted from chasing and chasing along the way. They had been going around in circles in the mountains and forests, and they had finally reached the point where they couldn't hold on any longer. The Iron Cloud elites were familiar with the terrain. So, the Golden Horse Riders Department's people were complaining incessantly. Chu Yang had been avoiding water sources along the way. He had been rushing to dry places where there was no mountain spring. Everyone was sweating profusely in such hot weather. Even Chang'ong and the others were sweating profusely. They were gasping for breath with their mouths open. Chu Yang silently calculated. Everyone in his team was equipped with 2 water bottles. But they had been without water for 8 hours now. Almost everyone had reached their limit. So, the Golden Horse Riders Department couldn't be any better. Suddenly, a long and loud shout was heard. Then, he whipped his horse and rushed forward along a fork in the road. The army followed behind him. They made a sharp turn and entered the fork in the road. Jingming Hun's eyes were red as he shouted from behind, They are finished. Chase after them. Don't leave a single one alive. Jingming Hun had almost been cursed to death by Chu Yang along the way. He was so angry that his belly was about to explode. The people of the Golden Horse Riders Department were also very thirsty. Most of them had blisters on their lips, and their skin was dry and cracked. Their spirits were lifted when they heard these words. They followed the Iron Cloud cavalry like a whirlwind and rushed into the fork in the road. Everyone could see that the cavalry in front of them was at the end of their rope. They would kill to their heart's content as long as they caught up with them. Along the way, everyone had been angered to the point of death. It was finally time for revenge. Chu Yang took the lead on the mountain road. He looked behind him. He saw the appearance of Jingming Hun and the others. He couldn't help but think that his plan had worked. He didn't hesitate to make a turn and rushed towards the small lake that had been transformed by the Lust Dragon's inner core. People were falling down from their horses along the way. They were so thirsty that they couldn't bear it. Speed up! Speed up! Chu Yang shouted. The water source is ahead. Everyone's spirits were lifted as soon as these words came out. They clenched their teeth and rushed forward on horseback. There's a water source ahead? Jingming Hun's spirit was roused. They had been chasing after each other for a whole day. Moreover, the weather was very hot. So, how could the water bottle on his body support such consumption? Not a single drop was left. Even Jingming Hun couldn't bear the thirst of the day. Everyone, hurry up. There's a water source in front of us. Jingming Hun shouted. Immediately, everyone was energized. Chu Yang led a large group of people and horses across the pond like a whirlwind. He secretly ordered that no one was allowed to drink the water. He only sent a few horses to gallop around the pond and made it extremely dirty. Then, he mounted the horses and galloped away. Jingming Hun rushed over and saw that the surface of the pond was still rippling. A few lumps of horse dung were floating on top of it. He couldn't help but get angry. His eyes turned red, but now that he was thirsty to a certain extent, he would really die of thirst if he didn't drink water. Get those messy things out of the water. Everyone should quickly drink a pot of water. Jing Minghun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although it was dirty, he still had to drink it. However, the army behind him did not have such concerns. Damn, what's wrong with floating horse dung? It was still water. But now, water was a life-saving thing. Everyone swarmed forward and drank the water. Then, they filled their pots and felt that their bodies were full of strength. Everyone drank the water and conveniently led their horses to the edge of the pond to drink water. Jing Minghun was sulking on his horse. The deputies silently poured a pot of water for him and handed it over. Jing Minghun heaved a long sigh and said, "I can't believe that a dignified king-level expert like me would suffer such humiliation today. I swear that I won't be a man if I don't take revenge for this." Then, he put the pot near his mouth and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. The corner of the deputy's mouth twitched. He thought, only a bunch of big men like you would feel dirty. It's already good enough for people like us to drink, let alone these lumps of horse dung. Even if it was full of horse dung, wouldn't we still drink it? If we don't drink it, we'll die. Motherfucker, it's a great disgrace for you. Everyone's spirit rose 100-fold after drinking the water. Their fighting spirit soared. Jing Minghun shouted, "Everyone, get on your horses and continue to chase after King of Hell Chu." Yes, more than 20,000 people got on their horses and turned into a huge black dragon. Minister, they drank it. Chung Eng's dry lips parted. His eyes were full of schadenfreude. They didn't let their own people drink it, but let the enemy drink it. So, it's easy to imagine what was in it. Drank it? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said, "It's good that they drank it. It's good that they drank it." "What's in the water?" Chung Ong asked in a low voice as he galloped his horse. "It's nothing. It's just some aphrodisiac." Chu Yang squinted his eyes. "It's the best kind. If you don't find a woman after taking it for 5 hours, your whole body will fester and you'll die." Hiss. Chung Ong sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is really poisonous. Aphrodisiac. Fuck. There hasn't been a woman within the radius of thousands of miles since this place was established as a battlefield. This move is really poisonous. Chung Ong smacked his lips, and his whole body shivered. He suddenly didn't feel thirsty anymore. If they used poison, they could still use the medicinal herbs from the mountains, and the medicinal herbs that the army carried with them. They could still delay for a while. Although the flow of the pond was slow, it was still running water, and the toxicity wasn't heavy. If they used poison, they could still be saved. But aphrodisiac, it was really powerless. Next to him, Chun Yutong began to chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Chung Ong asked. "I'm laughing, wahahaha." Chun Yutong grinned. "If those guys can't hold it in, will they do that with their horses, that?" Thinking of more than 20,000 people doing it with their horses at the same time, I can't help but be overjoyed. That's what it means to be a golden horse, a knight, lying down. Fuck. Chung Eng's face was full of black lines as he cursed. He also began to laugh. Suddenly, he became a little worried and said to Chu Yang, "Minister, can the horses be detoxified?" "Nonsense." Chu Yang looked at him speechlessly. "Can a horse be your wife?" Chung Ong lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Let's go. Let's go to a remote place as far as possible. We'll go back to the battlefield after 2 hours." Chu Yang mischievously smiled. "We'll defeat them on the battlefield in a fair and square manner." Defeat them in a fair and square manner? Chung Ong and Chun Yutong's facial muscles twitched at the same time. "You've given them so much aphrodisiac. I reckon that those guys will begin to fester by the time they reach the battlefield. Yet, you're still shamelessly saying that we'll defeat them in a fair and square manner?" Everyone spurred their horses and galloped away. Jing Minghun faintly felt that something was wrong. He drank the water and chased for an hour. Suddenly, he felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. Moreover, it seemed that this heat was coming from the inside of his body. King-level expert Jing felt a little ashamed. He had been riding a horse for a whole day and hadn't done anything. His thighs had long since become numb. But King-level expert Jing had shamefully discovered that he was reacting to the horse he was riding. Fuck. What's going on? Jing Minghun's mouth and tongue felt dry. He felt that his lower body was getting harder and hotter. It felt like a red-hot iron rod. It was extremely uncomfortable. King-level expert Jing was very embarrassed. He lowered his body. Damn it! If my subordinates see me riding a horse with a tint on my head, I won't be able to live anymore. He was very excited in his heart. Moreover, his blood was flowing faster. His whole body felt limp and itchy. The long-lost male impulse had returned to his body. Jing Minghun suddenly felt that the wind blowing against his face was full of gentleness. It was as gentle as the gentle hand of his wife on the night of his wedding. Jing Minghun felt a little hazy in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but recall that night. "Oh, my wife, you've been gone for so many years." Jing Minghun's eyes were full of gentleness. He recalled the best years of his life. He couldn't help but sigh bitterly in his heart. He moved forward while facing the wind. His thoughts were rolling, and he was lost in thought. His subordinates were behind him. Their faces were red, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Everyone's throats were heavy, and their breathing was rhythmic. The war horses under him were getting more and more excited. They were even more vigorous and lively when they galloped. Moreover, they were even jumping up and down. If one were to look down, they would be able to see red spears protruding from the legs of the war horses. 10,000 horses were galloping, and 10,000 spears were resting on their heads. By the 4th hour, the beautiful and hazy feeling had disappeared, and everyone had sunk into a frenzy. Everyone was panting, and their eyes were red. Jing Minghun woke up from the ecstasy of his memories. He finally felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that all his subordinates had the same expression as him. Their eyes were red, and they were panting. Their eyes were full of lust. Aphrodisiac? Jing Minghun was scared out of his wits. My God, when did everyone take an aphrodisiac? King-level Master Jing felt that the restlessness in his body was getting more and more intense. Jing Minghun suddenly remembered the pond. His mind flashed like lightning, and he suddenly understood everything. He couldn't help but shout with grief and indignation, "King of Hell Chu, you are so poisonous! King of Hell Chu, you are so poisonous! You are so poisonous!" Jing Minghun's eyes were bloodshot. King-level Master Jing understood, but he was still puzzled. Where did King of Hell Chu get so much aphrodisiac? An ordinary aphrodisiac wouldn't have any effect if it had been thrown into such a big pond with running water. What did King of Hell Chu use? He didn't know that the aphrodisiac King of Hell Chu had used was the same as the lust dragon he had set on fire. Moreover, Jing Minghun had injured the lust dragon with his own hands. It was almost as if Jing Minghun had given it to King of Hell Chu. Jing Minghun had set the fire, forced the lust dragon out, injured it, and delivered it to Chu Yang. Then, Chu Yang had used the aphrodisiac on Jing Minghun's body. Jing Minghun wouldn't have waited for the aphrodisiac to flare up if he had known this. He would have killed himself. How could such a thing happen in this world? This was even more inconceivable than unthinkable. Last night, he suddenly had a stomachache and had diarrhea. He couldn't bear it and went to the hospital. He received an 4-drip until the wee hours of the morning. His whole body felt weak. He thought that he had a reason to rest. He didn't have a stomachache or diarrhea after sleeping. Chapter 407. Jing Minghun's indignant voice resounded from afar. Minister Chu, who was at the front of the Iron Cloud troops, suddenly burst into laughter. It seems that King-level Master Jing has realized something. Unfortunately, this kind of aphrodisiac is incurable. Incurable? Cheng Ang's entire body shivered. Then, he raised his voice and said, Jing Minghun, I to King of Hell Chu, have said that I will play you to death. Do you believe me now? Are you happy? Ha 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 ha. Jing Minghun became furious. He shouted, King of Hell Chu, I would rather die than drag you down with me. He turned around and shouted, Chase! Jing Minghun, come with me. Chu Yang shouted, Let's go. Our two armies will go to the battlefield and fight to the death in an open and above-board manner. I will defeat you in an open and above-board manner. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. You have already eaten so many aphrodisiacs for us. Everyone is having erotic thoughts now. How can we fight? You have the audacity to say, fight to the death in an open and above-board manner? Defeat me in an open and above-board manner? Make me accept my defeat wholeheartedly? King of Hell Chu, you are shameless. Jing Minghun shouted. How can you be so shameless? He shouted again and spouted a mouthful of blood. King-level Master Jing was mad with anger. I must kill King of Hell Chu no matter what. Then, he started to think of a way to detoxify the poison. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuangyun had finished cleaning up the battlefield in a day's time. Under the command of Taibu Tian, the huge eye of the array had been filled in. Corpses were everywhere as far as the eye could see. They were densely packed. 8 million soldiers had been thrown in, but no more than 200,000 were still alive. Moreover, everyone was on their last breath. They were riddled with scars. Wu Kuangyun was now directing the army to dig holes. They were preparing to bury the corpses. The weather was very hot at the moment. So many corpses were resting. Some of them had already started to rot in a day's time. The plague would be no joke if this happened. So, how could Wu Kuangyun dare to show the slightest bit of neglect? Wu Kuangyun was startled when he saw the messy armor of the cavalryman. The leader of the cavalrymen had disheveled hair. His arms were bare, and his face was covered in black dirt. He cut a sorry figure. However, he was smiling brightly. It was King of Hell Chu. The elite troops of Ironcloud's army were standing behind King of Hell Chu. Wu Kuangyun was startled. This guy was already in such a sorry state. What was there to be proud of? Could it be that the Golden Horse Riders Department was completely destroyed? Then, he heard a sorrowful and indignant roar. King of Hell Chu, don't run. Come and die. Jing Minghun led the troops of the Golden Horse Riders Department and chased after them in a frenzy. Wu Kuangyun opened his mouth wide and stared with his eyes wide open. This guy is being chased for his life, yet he can still be so proud of himself. He is a fucking genius. But, how did he lead the Golden Horse Riders Department back? King of Hell Chu circled his horse and roared, "Get into formation." All the horsemen got into formation behind him. They were battered and exhausted. Then, they got into formation behind him. Then, another majestic roar was heard. "Get ready to meet the enemy." Wu Kuangyun curled his lips and quickly ran towards his warhorse. He thought, it's already a miracle that your troops are standing straight. But, you still want to meet the enemy? It seems that I have to go into action. However, Wu Kuangyun was taken aback by what happened next. He saw that the two troops were in the same sorry state. They faced each other for a moment. Then, they got into formation and charged towards each other. However, the cavalrymen of the Golden Horse Riders Department fell off their horses one after another. Some of them were charging towards the enemy. Their noses and ears were rotted off. Then, their arms also fell to the ground. Even the warhorses of the Golden Horse Riders Department were turned into piles of rotten meat as they charged forward. Wu Kuangyun rubbed his eyes. Holy shit! What's going on? How come these people who were alive a moment ago have turned into rotting corpses in the blink of an eye? It can't be that the horses were originally rotting corpses, right? But how can these corpses make any sound? Chu Yang smiled proudly. Motherfucker, the 2-hour time limit is up. Why aren't you dead yet? More than 20,000 men of the Golden Horse Riders Department were turned into minced meat along with their horses with a crashing sound. Moreover, Chu Yang's troops were so exhausted that they found it difficult to even lift their swords. Jing Minghun's troops had collapsed in a bizarre manner. Jing Minghun turned his head to look. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. He looked up to the sky and roared. He saw the miserable scene in front of him, and then remembered that he had been poisoned by the same poison. King of Hell Chu, what kind of poison is this? Jing Minghun's entire body trembled. He felt that his skin was itching and had begun to fester. Jing Minghun, this is the lust dragon that you burned down the mountain. Chu Yang laughed heartily. I have to thank you. I wouldn't have been able to obtain the lust dragon's inner core if you hadn't seriously injured it. Now, I'm using it on you in order to avenge it. It's also to avenge the people who had their forests destroyed and their livelihood destroyed by you." Chu Yang sneered. Jingming Hun, tell me, isn't this retribution? Jingming Hun was dumbstruck. He had been talking for a short period of time. Then, he had heard unceasing thumping sounds behind him. Jingming Hun was the only one left among the 24,000 cavalrymen of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Moreover, the war horse he was riding slowly collapsed and festered. Jingming Hun stood on the ground. He raised his arm and looked at the yellow spots that had slowly appeared on his arm. Then, they slowly turned into water stains and turned into a big hole. Jingming Hun laughed miserably. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Retribution! Retribution!" He suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled out a long sword with his bony fingers. Then, he fiercely chopped his own throat. His tall and sturdy body slowly fell to the ground. When he landed on the ground with a pop sound, his entire body turned into a pile of minced meat. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. He looked at the pile of minced meat in front of him and felt a chill run down his spine. This Chunhee is really overbearing. He suddenly remembered that he had also been poisoned by this poison. He would have turned into minced meat if it hadn't been for. His facial muscles couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head and looked towards Taibu Tian's commander's tent. Wu Kuangyun was rushing over with his cavalry. He was stunned on the road. He felt as if he was in a dream. Everyone rubbed their eyes. What's going on? More than 20,000 people. They were the most elite troops of the entire continent. How did they suddenly vanish like smoke in thin air? Even the leader of the Golden Horse Riders Department, who was at the peak of the king level, had committed suicide. He had turned into minced meat without exception. Everyone was petrified. The decisive battle had finally come to an end. This strange and terrifying scene would forever be branded in everyone's hearts. Chu Yang rested for a while. Then, he hurried to the pond. He wanted to retrieve the lust dragon's inner core. Fuck. This thing is too vicious. It's safer to leave it in my tribulation space. Taibu Tian, Tai Longcheng, and Wu Kuangyun were discussing how to deal with the aftermath. Great Zhao's million-strong army had been annihilated. Iron Cloud's 4 million-strong army had been left with only 300,000 soldiers. No one had expected such a tragic outcome. Great Zhao's 10 Dragon Tiger generals had been killed in battle. Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department's elites had been killed by King of Hell Chu's vicious scheme. Diwu Qingrou's whereabouts were unknown. After this battle, Great Zhao was like a toothless tiger. The other country, Limitless Nation, had been crippled by Diwu Qingrou before the war between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud had started. Now, it was struggling at death's door. Iron Cloud's march to unify the world had become unstoppable. It was bound to go smoothly and unify the three heavens. This outcome was already set in stone. However, Taibu Tian was still depressed. She wasn't happy at all. She sighed as she looked at the scene of devastation. The night breeze was blowing. The night was long. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianxian were slowly walking on top of the mountain. The smell of blood was still lingering in the air. However, the cruel war was finally over. The losses in this war were disastrous. Wu Qianxian pondered and said, "The world may be unified from now on. But I'm afraid that it will take several years to recover from this loss. It's a great disaster for the common people. I don't know how many families have lost their pillars of support and how many children have lost their fathers." Sigh. Taibu Tian's complexion was heavy. She looked up at the starry sky and softly said, "It's full of helplessness. This is the human world." After a long time, she slowly said, "After the world is unified, I will grant amnesty to the world. I will re-establish the rules of governance. Only talents will be used. The common people will be exempted from taxes for 3 years. Then, 3.5 years of taxes will be added. They will recuperate and recover their strength." Taibu Tian was a little perplexed. She said, "Ever since I became the head of Iron Cloud, I never dreamed that the world would be under my control. Now, it's actually done. Thinking about it, it's like a dream." Wu Qianxian was silent. Taibu Tian was silent for a while. She looked at the shining stars in the sky and said sadly, Everything comes to naught after a war. Millions of soldiers are nothing. The hero's dream of unifying the world is no longer dependent on weapons. Minister Chu has made great contributions in this war of the world, Tai Butian said with melancholy. She was obviously thinking about Chu Yang's imminent departure. Wu Qianqian also sighed. However, she said somewhat mischievously, "That's your man. This can be considered a gift from your man." "My man." Tai Butian's eyes flashed with tenderness. Suddenly, a guard in the distance shouted, "Who's there?" "It's me." It was Chu Yang's voice. "Chu Yang is here." Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up. What is he doing here at this time? Chapter 408. Chu Yang climbed up the mountain step by step. His black robe fluttered in the night wind. His footsteps were heavy and somewhat hesitant. His heart was also fluttering in the wind like the black robe. Wu Qianqian looked at the black robe on Chu Yang that she had personally sewn. Her eyes revealed a trace of tenderness. "Minister Chu has just gone through a great battle today. Why aren't you resting? Instead, you have the mood to stroll around?" Tai Butian smiled. "I came here today because I have something on my mind that I really don't understand. I specially came here to seek your advice," Chu Yang said indifferently. In this world, is there anything that Minister Chu doesn't understand?" Tai Butian smiled brightly. Chu Yang was silent for a long time before he said slowly, "Qianqian, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with His Majesty." Wu Qianqian responded. She looked at the two of them worriedly and was about to turn around. Tai Butian snorted but continued, "Qianqian is not an outsider. What can't you say in front of her?" Wu Qianqian was instantly caught between the two of them. She couldn't advance or retreat. "This is a private matter. It is inconvenient for Qianqian to be here," Chu Yang said indifferently. "Private matters and official matters are the same in front of me. They are all matters of the world." Tai Butian said softly, "I am the ruler of the world. I have the right to control all matters of the world. Qianqian, you stay." Chu Yang looked at Tai Butian in surprise. His face slowly darkened. He didn't expect Tai Butian to be so domineering today. "Why? What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty?" Chu Yang asked indifferently. He didn't know that the reason why Tai Butian wanted Wu Qianqian to stay was that she felt guilty and scared. Therefore, she deliberately left Wu Qianqian behind to boost her courage. "Minister Chu, what is it?" Tai Butian asked. Chu Yang's face was gloomy. His suppressed anger was about to explode. He forcibly suppressed it and said, "Since Your Majesty has said so, I will speak frankly. Yes, Your Majesty must have seen it today. Jing Menghun and his 25,000 golden horse riders were all poisoned to death. This poison is called lust poison." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Tai Butian's face. Lust poison. The muscles on Tai Butian's face twitched. This kind of aphrodisiac can only be cured by sexual intercourse. Chu Yang said in a heavy voice, "I've also experienced this kind of aphrodisiac on the day Your Majesty saved me. But I'm safe and sound." Tai Butian's gaze became somewhat evasive. Chu Yang took a step forward, his eyes still fixed on Tai Butian. He said slowly, "I want to know why I didn't die. Who is the woman who saved me?" Tai Butian's expression became flustered. Her mouth was agape as she looked at Chu Yang somewhat helplessly. Wu Qianqian looked at her nervously. "I just want to know who she is," Chu Yang said softly. "Haha, I didn't expect Minister Chu to finally know the truth." Tai Butian's eyes flickered, and she smiled uneasily. "This is really the will of the heavens." "Heaven's will?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed. "That's right." Tai Butian's gaze was somewhat distant as she said, "Since Minister Chu has asked, I'll also talk about that matter back then." "I'd like to hear the details," Chu Yang said lightly. "That day, Minister Chu had already fallen into a coma when I arrived with the army. It was the two uncles Ing who risked their lives to rescue you from the encirclement of the Golden Horse Riders Department," Tai Butian said slowly. "I know this. What happened after that?" "Then, we discovered that Minister Chu had been poisoned with an incurable poison. Moreover, it was the aphrodisiac of the ancient strange beast Lust Dragon. There was no cure for it except for sexual intercourse, Tai Butian said slowly. Huh. Chu Yang knew that she had reached the main point. He listened attentively. But at that time, we were in the wilderness. Where could we find women? Tai Butian sighed. Oh, but fortunately, there's always a way out. We led Minister Chu to search all the way. But we actually found a young peasant girl who had entered the mountains to chop firewood. Tai Butian's eyes flashed as she said softly. Wu Qianqian exclaimed. Tai Butian's tone seemed as if she was going to tell the truth. But who would have thought that Tai Butian would come up with such a big lie? A peasant girl? Chu Yang frowned. Her home was in the mountains. But everyone died in a big fire. There was a spring in the valley where she was chopping firewood. So, she survived, Tai Butian narrated with great difficulty. This was a lie that she had prepared long ago in order to deal with Chu Yang's possible interrogation. Continue. Chu Yang's tone was very impolite. His eyes were also very dangerous. We saved her at that time. Then we asked her, to save you. Tai Butian sighed and said, she agreed. Chu Yang clenched his fists tightly. Where is she? Chu Yang thought that a young girl had sacrificed her chastity for him. And he didn't even know about it. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't feel humiliated. He was lucky enough to survive in that situation. How could he ask for some outstanding beauty? No matter what kind of person she was, she had used the most precious thing to save him. This was a great favor. It was also a great responsibility for a man. She was killed by me, Tai Butian said dispassionately. That young girl. Although she was a virgin, I don't think the forbidden minister needs such a burden. Besides, Minister Chu's heart belongs to someone else. I don't think you're willing to bear such a responsibility. So, after confirming that Minister Chu was fine, I killed her. At this point, an intense pain flashed across Tai Butian's eyes. Killed, yes, she was killed by me. Killed? Chu Yang was a little dazed. He murmured, killed? A pure young girl had sacrificed her dignity, her chastity, and the most precious thing in her life to save him. Yet, Tai Butian killed her? Why? Chu Yang's body trembled a little. His eyes were burning with anger and were about to spew out. Seeing the panic and guilt in Tai Butian's eyes, as well as her somewhat apologetic expression, Chu Yang instinctively felt that Tai Butian must be telling the truth. No reason. Tai Butian said dispassionately, Minister Chu, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm really doing this for your own good. I don't want you to suffer. Chu Yang was furious. For my own good? You killed my savior. You killed such a pitiful girl. Chu Yang suddenly took a step forward. In his fury, he no longer cared about anything else. He reached out and grabbed Tai Butian's neck viciously. His eyes bore into her fiercely. You, how can you be so heartless? Do you know that whether I'm willing or not, whether she's beautiful or ugly, she's still my woman? Is my woman someone you can kill as you wish? Chu Yang asked furiously. Tai Butian was choked by him. She found it hard to breathe and her eyes rolled back. She was in great pain, but a sweet feeling rose in her heart. Chu Yang's words just now had deeply penetrated her heart. That's my woman. Is my woman someone you can kill as you wish? But this strong woman controlled her emotions tightly. She looked at Chu Yang indifferently. Chu Yang, don't. Wu Qianqian rushed up in panic and tried to pry Chu Yang's hand away. What are you doing? Put His Majesty down. Put her down. She's still. She wanted to say that she was still pregnant with his child, but she didn't dare to say it in the end. Chu Yang loosened his grip slightly, allowing Tai Butian to land on her feet so that she could breathe. But he still maintained his grip on her neck. He asked coldly, give me an explanation. Tai Butian coughed violently, but looked at Chu Yang coldly. She said slowly, if I didn't kill her, would you have married her? Chu Yang's face turned pale. He couldn't help but take a step back. His right hand also loosened involuntarily. But Tai Butian took a step forward and asked solemnly, Minister Chu, if I didn't kill her, how are you going to deal with her? How are you going to deal with her? If I didn't kill her, would you stay with her for the rest of your life? Tai Butian's eyes pierced into Chu Yang's like steel needles. Would you? Would you? There were 5 distinct bruises on her neck. Those were the marks left by Chu Yang's grip. Chu Yang retreated step by step in a sorry state. If that woman was still around and alive, would you have married her? Yes, would I have married her? Chu Yang suddenly thought of Mo Qingwu. He suddenly felt a tearing pain in his heart. Would I? Would I? If I married her, what would happen to Qingwu? Then what was the point of me being reborn in this life? But if you don't marry her, she has already given up everything for you. Are you really that heartless? Tai Butian's question actually left Chu Yang at a loss. Tai Butian covered her neck and coughed painfully. Panting, she said with much difficulty, therefore, I'll let her end in my hands. I'll let everything end in my hands. Wouldn't it be better to just take it as if nothing had happened? When she said this, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. And in my hands? And in my hands? Chu Yang stood there in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes became somewhat moist. For that pitiful young girl who didn't know him and whom he had never seen before, but who had given up everything, even her life, for him. He was very decisive and merciless when it came to killing, but he wasn't a fickle person. On the contrary, Chu Yang valued responsibility very much. On the battlefield, when the enemy was against him, he wouldn't even blink when he killed 10,000 people. But killing an innocent person would make him feel guilty. This matter made his heart even more heavy and oppressive. His heart started to ache endlessly. After a long while, Chu Yang let out a long breath. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "What is her name?" Name? Tai Butian took a long breath. She felt her eyes becoming a little moist. She said in a low voice, "I don't know her surname either. I only know that she's called Tony." She said that her father doted on her a lot and always called her Little Tian. Tian? Little Tian? Chu Yang's voice was very low. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions were surging in his chest. Chapter 409. Little Tian. Little Tian. Chu Yang smiled miserably and said, "I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would owe such a debt of love." Tai Butian felt that her voice was about to choke up. She hurriedly cleared her throat and coughed a few times before she said, "Minister Chu, there's nothing we can do about it. Is there no other way?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Tai Butian also felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She forced herself to hold it in and laughed softly. Wu Qianqian, who was at the side, lowered her head dejectedly. She only felt endless bitterness in her heart. Was it for Tai Butian or for herself? Where is she buried? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I want to pay my respects." He smiled sadly. "It doesn't matter if I've seen her or not. It doesn't matter what she looks like. This woman is the first woman in my life." The first woman in his life? Tai Butian's eyes lit up. She said, "It was a time of turmoil and chaos. The entire mountain was on fire. Moreover, the Golden Horse Riders Department was constantly besieging and ambushing us. I understand." Chu Yang nodded lightly. Then, he turned around and placed his hands behind his back. He looked up at the starry sky and murmured, Little Tiantan, I will never forget you in this life." The three of them remained silent for a long time. The war in the lower 3 heavens has already ended. Iron Cloud will soon dominate the world. As for me, it's time for me to leave. Chu Yang's tone was a little bleak. Going to the 3 heavens was what he had been looking forward to the most. But he didn't know why, but when he talked about leaving this place, he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. "You're leaving?" Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian asked at the same time. Both of them raised their heads at the same time. "Yes," Chu Yang said softly without turning around. The 2 women felt a burst of confusion at the same time, and they were unable to speak for a long time. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, when it really came, he was at a loss. He only felt panic in his heart, and even his mind seemed to be in a trance. "Your Majesty, please, take good care of Qianqian," Chu Yang said in a low voice. "Don't worry about that." Gritting her teeth, Tai Butian sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "When I ascend the throne, Qianqian will be my empress." "Empress?" Chu Yang's heart fiercely shook. He turned around like a whirlwind and looked at the two in disbelief. You too. Wu Qianqian smiled sadly and said, So you don't have to worry about me? Chu Yang looked at her deeply for a long time. Then, he finally let out a soft sigh. He didn't know what kind of feeling he had in his heart. He had mixed feelings. Then, he finally said with difficulty, Since that's the case, then I can rest assured. Wu Qianqian's heart ached. She asked softly, When are you leaving? I'll drive you. Why do you need to send me off? Chu Yang said lightly, No need. No, this is a must. Wu Qianqian shook her head resolutely and said sadly, I still have to shoulder the position of King of Hell Chu that you left behind. Now that the real King of Hell is leaving, how can I not send him off? King of Hell Chu, ha ha. Chu Yang laughed in a hoarse voice. After a long time, he said, Tomorrow morning, I will leave this place and go to Beyond the Heavens sect to see little Tian Tian, who had sacrificed everything for me. Then, I will go straight to the entrance of the three heavens from there. Tomorrow. So early? Taibu Tian's body swayed a little. Ha ha. Chu Yang laughed lightly. Is there anything in the lower three heavens that you're reluctant to part with? He shook his head gently and said with a bitter smile, No, there's nothing left. The two women felt heartache at the same time. Their noses turned sour at the same time. No more reluctance? Is there really nothing left? Do you know what you've left behind? What have you left behind? Chu Yang paused for a while. Then, he turned around and said, Take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. Then, he floated up. His black robe fluttered in the wind. It issued a whoosh sound as he pounced down from the peak of the mountain. He quickly disappeared into the night sky. He didn't look back from the beginning to the end. Early in the morning of the second day, the sky had just begun to brighten. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind. He walked out of the camp in light clothes. He was carrying a small package in his hand. He looked back with some reluctance, but endless bitterness rose in his heart. He didn't know why, but he eventually chuckled and shook his head. Then, he walked out in a relaxed manner. He turned around the colonel, but he was suddenly stunned. He saw that 4 people and 4 horses were already waiting here. Taibu Tian, Ying, and Wu Qianqian. Minister, are you leaving? Taibu Tian's voice trembled a little. She had tried her best to control herself, but she still couldn't help it. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Her tears couldn't stop flowing, but she couldn't bear to wipe them away. She was afraid that Chu Yang would disappear in the blink of an eye. I don't know when I'll meet him again. Ha ha, we've settled our grudges. It's time to go. When Chu Yang said these words, the sky suddenly turned dark. The sky, which had just started to brighten up a moment ago, unexpectedly returned to darkness once again. This darkness lasted for a short time. It dissipated after a quarter of an hour. But the 5 people faintly realized that the sky seemed to be different. Chu Yang's heart was stirred up. It seems that my change of fate has been completed. My future has fallen into the unknown again. Chu Yang suddenly longed to go to Mo Qing Wu's side. I'm leaving, Chu Yang said softly. Take care. Taibu Tian's body trembled violently. She looked deeply at Chu Yang and said softly, Minister Chu, you've given me too much in just over a year. I'll always remember this period of time. She paused and said in a trembling voice, This year is probably the happiest time of my life. Chu Yang saw Taibu Tian revealing her true feelings. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He said, Your Majesty, you don't have to be so sentimental. The future is long. You and I may meet again someday. Meet again? Taibu Tian's eyes lit up. Minister Chu, you mean, maybe I'll come back, Chu Yang said quietly. Minister Chu, take care. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again someday. The 2 shadows cupped their hands together and saluted. We'll remember your great kindness in our hearts. We won't say anything more. Well, I hope you two take good care of His Majesty, Chu Yang said with a smile. Of course. The shadow took a deep breath and said almost as if he was making an oath, Minister, don't worry. As long as we're still breathing, His Majesty and Miss Wu won't lose a hair. Chu Yang. Wu Qianqian slowly walked forward with a package in her hands. Taibu Tian and the shadow sighed and took a step back. These are the black robes I made for you. There's a total of 7 of them. Wu Qianxian said with a choked voice, take them with you. Every stitch and every thread of these robes was made by me. I remember you said that you liked black robes, right? Yes. Chu Yang felt a lump in his chest. He said with difficulty, thank you, Qianxian. I only hope that you'll be safe and sound, Wu Qianxian said in a daze. She looked at Chu Yang's face with infatuation. She slowly walked to his side and tidied his lapel, robe, and then the hem of the black robe. She tidied every part of his body. Sparkling and translucent tears fell to the ground in bunches. Chu Yang held the package, but it seemed as if he was holding the heart of an innocent girl. He suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. There were 7 such black robes in the tribulation space. They were also made by Wu Qianxian. He took a deep breath and said, Qianxian, don't be like this. You'll be the empress in the future. People will laugh at you if they see you like this. Taibu Tian looked at Wu Qianxian tidying up Chu Yang's clothes like a wife, tidying up her husband's luggage for a long journey. A strange look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Envy, jealousy. I'm leaving. Chu Yang controlled himself and didn't hug Wu Qianxian. After all, Taibu Tian was still at the side, and Wu Qianxian was going to be Taibu Tian's empress. So, he took a step back. However, Wu Qianxian suddenly took a step forward and suddenly hugged him. She buried her head in his chest, sobbing silently in grief. She hugged him so tightly and with so much strength, as if they would never see each other again. Chu Yang only felt a tremor in the soft part of his heart. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Taibu Tian. However, he saw that Taibu Tian's gaze fell on Wu Qianxian. There was a strange look in his eyes, as if endless envy. This kind of gaze made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. This kind of gaze shouldn't be. I'm hugging his empress, and he's not jealous at all? Wu Qianxian sobbed silently for a while. Then, she suddenly pushed Chu Yang away. She lowered her head and took 2 steps back. She said in a trembling voice, Go, go, go. She suddenly turned around and ran away while covering her face. However, she turned back again after running for a few feet. She looked at Chu Yang with misty eyes. Her delicate body trembled and became more and more weak. Finally, she squatted on the ground and covered her face with her hands. Chu Yang felt bitter in his heart. Finally, he resolutely clasped his fists and said, Everyone, take care. Just like that, he stomped his feet and faced the crowd. His body floated up and retreated like lightning. When he was halfway back, he suddenly turned around and flew up to the top of a big tree. Chu Yang. Wu Qianxian screamed miserably. She suddenly rushed back as if she had gone crazy. Chu Yang stood on the top of the tree with his back facing her. His body paused and trembled. It seemed that he wanted to turn back, but in the end, he didn't. With a clear whistle, his body swept across the sky like lightning and disappeared into the forest. Chu Yang. Wu Qianxian screamed as if her heart and liver had been torn apart. Her body suddenly stopped running, and she stood there in a daze. Taibu Tian watched Chu Yang's figure disappear. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time suddenly flowed out like a river bursting its banks. Her whole body trembled as if she was drifting in the wind. After a long time, she retracted her gaze from that direction. She walked to the area where Chu Yang had stood. She squatted down and stretched out her finger. She drew 2 clear footprints in the area where Chu Yang had stepped on. Then, she looked at this pair of footprints in a daze. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Yang, will you still come? You've left such a clear and heavy mark in my heart in the lower 3 heavens. Are you going to leave just like that? You owe so many debts. Are you going to leave just like that? Chapter 410. The war between Iron Cloud and Great Zhao had come to an end. Great Zhao's army had been completely annihilated. None of the 10 Dragon and Tiger generals had survived, and Diwu Qingro had gone missing. Iron Cloud's unification of the world was already unstoppable. In Great Zhao Prefecture, the 2 brothers, Yin Wu Fa and Yin Wu Tian, had received Diwu Qingro's secret order. They had immediately started the purge. First, they beheaded the entire royal family. Then, they massacred the court officials one by one. Finally, they beheaded their long-suspected enemy, Cheng Yun-he. The entire upper echelon of Great Zhao had been killed by these two men. Then, these two brothers took the men of the Golden Horse Riders Department and fled into the mountains. It was said that no one had seen these two king-level experts since then. Tai Longcheng and Wu Kuangyun had reorganized a million-strong army. Then, they went all the way to the south and swept across the world. The emperor of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Butian, returned to Iron Cloud Citadel. He immediately went to Wu Yunliang of Beyond the Heavens sect to ask for Wu Yunliang's hand in marriage. After obtaining Wu Yunliang's approval, Tai Butian married Wu Qinxian as the Empress of Iron Cloud Nation in a grand ceremony. His actions were so quick that it caused everyone to be greatly astonished. During the wedding, the ministers of Iron Cloud finally understood. Although the bride was a peerless beauty, her waist and abdomen seemed to be a little bloated. No wonder His Majesty was so anxious. It turned out that Miss Wu was already pregnant. Therefore, all the ministers came together to congratulate him. Everyone was beaming with joy. Iron Cloud was about to unify the world, and the ruler of the country had a descendant. This was simply a double blessing. The only unexpected thing was that King of Hell Chu hadn't come to congratulate him. He had only sent a congratulatory gift. After Tai Butian's wedding, Wu Qianqian, the Rakshasa lady of Butian Pavilion, disappeared from Butian Pavilion and became the Empress of the Eastern Palace. This matter may have put Minister Chu in a bad mood. Therefore, Minister Chu assigned more and more tasks, and his methods became even more swift and decisive. At the same time, Tai Butian issued an imperial edict. Butian Pavilion will be incorporated into the national organization and become an independent supervisory department. He would be responsible for all the officials of the world. Minister Chu would have full authority to deal with anyone who was found to have violated the law. As a result, Heaven Mending Pavilion came out from the shadows into the light, and its power was enormous. Minister Chu's ferocious name instantly covered the entire Seven Seas continent. Tai Longcheng's expeditionary army won one victory after another. It was as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They almost didn't encounter any resistance. Iron Cloud's million-strong army reached Great Zhao in less than half a year, and Great Zhao was destroyed. Therefore, Wu Kuangyun continued to lead the army south to attack the limitless sword god. Tai Longcheng led his army north to wipe out the prairie wolves. Right at this moment, Tai Butian suddenly announced to the world that Empress Wu Qianqian had successfully given birth to a son. Tai Butian was overjoyed and personally named him Tai Yang. He also said, "I hope that when the child grows up, he can be like a white poplar that soars to the sky, indomitable spirit." After Tai Yang turned a month old, Tai Butian personally conferred Tai Yang the title of Crown Prince. Thus, he decided on the next monarch. The entire nation rejoiced. These were all words for another time. On that day, Chu Yang went to the place where the battle with the Golden Horse Riders Department had taken place. He paced back and forth for a long time. Then, he finally let out a long sigh. He brandished his sword and flattened an entire mountain wall. Then, he carved a few big words with the tip of his sword. Then, he floated away. Tianting, sweetie. It was just these 5 words. Chu Yang sighed sadly. Hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind as he rushed into a mountain pass that was filled with clouds and mist. This was the entrance to the 3 heavens. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yang barged into this passageway that he had walked through once before. His body was surrounded by 7-colored radiance. It was dreamy and illusory. After passing through the long passageway, he arrived at a platform. Chu Yang's expression was calm as he stepped onto the stone platform. Then, the originally misty and empty sky above the stone platform suddenly shrouded Chu Yang's entire body with a dazzling white light. The white light flashed, and Chu Yang's body rose up. Chu Yang suddenly remembered many things when he was about to leave the lower 3 heavens. Wu Qianqian was crazily running towards him. She was sobbing as she shouted, "Chu Yang!" Chu Yang closed his eyes and sighed sadly. Then, He recalled Taibu Tian's strange and envious look when Wu Qianqian had thrown herself into his arms. Why did I think of this? Chu Yang forced a smile. However, he seemed to hear Taibu Tian's clear voice in his ears. I'm afraid that this past year has been the happiest time of my life. Chu Yang closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Chu Yang realized that he was already in midair. He was falling down. Below him was a plain with green grass. There were undulating mountains in the distance. The spiritual energy in the air was much thicker than in the lower three heavens. Chu Yang circled around and gently landed on the ground. Behind him, a fan-shaped gate was quietly closed in midair. This was the chaotic soul's plane. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Then, his figure shot out like lightning. The place he wanted to go the most now was the Mo clan. The Mo clan was located in the west of the chaotic soul's plains. After all, the Mo clan was located there. The journey to the north was much shorter, but he had to pass through the Tsanglan battlefront. It was very dangerous. But how could Chu Yang be afraid of any danger? The Tsanglan battlefront was very busy at the moment. Perhaps Du Xing and the others were also there. Chu Yang's heart was filled with eagerness as he thought of his brothers whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Brothers, how are you now? Qing Wu, I'm coming. The entire lower three heavens and the upper three heavens were affected by the changes in the world this morning. Many people of the upper three heavens big clans immediately went into closed-door training to comprehend the astronomical phenomenon. However, they found that the astronomical phenomenon was a mess. It was completely different from before. It was completely unpredictable. Such a situation immediately aroused vigilance. Especially the big dominating clans, the atmosphere was even more tense. There was no other possibility for the astronomical phenomenon to change except for the Tribulation Sword Master. According to the records of the ancient legends, such a change in the astronomical phenomenon could only mean one thing. The Tribulation Sword Master had completed the first stage of his growth. 2 years. In just 2 years, the Tribulation Sword Master had completed the first stage. Compared to the previous Tribulation Sword Masters, the speed of this Tribulation Sword Master had increased by more than 10 times. Such recognition attracted the attention of the big clans. The upper three heavens, the Chu clan. It was a gloomy and miserable scene. The man in green who had appeared in the lower three heavens was in a sorry state. His whole body was covered with injuries as he stood in the hall. Beside him, there were many people who were also in a sorry state. This time, it was the Chu clan's turn to fight against the 3 Stars Divine clan. After a big battle, the Chu clan had suffered heavy losses. Big brother, how is father? The man in green asked weakly. Beside him, a man in green who was about 40 years old glanced at him. He sighed and said, "We still have to wait for the divine doctor's diagnosis. I really deserve to die. It's all my fault for being weak." The man in green patted his head regretfully. If father didn't save me, he wouldn't have been hit by that monster's pole. Fian, it's useless to say these things now. Chu Failing patted his 4th brother's shoulder and comforted him. Wait patiently. I hope father is blessed by the heavens. 4th brother, you've been wandering in the lower 3 heavens all these years for our child. Your cultivation progress isn't fast. Speaking of which, it's your sister-in-law and I who have implicated you. Big brother, what are you saying? The man in green, Chu Fian, said seriously, that's my nephew. How can I not look for him? Only Kachun couldn't be found. Chu Failing sighed and said, I still have to thank you. It's been hard on you all these years. While they were talking, an old man walked out from the inner hall with a heavy expression. Mr. Yu, how's my father? The 2 men went forward to greet him. Mr. Yu sighed and said, the old lord has been poisoned by the cold blood of the 3 Stars Divine clan. This poison is a unique martial technique of the 3 Stars Divine clan. It's extremely overbearing. After being poisoned, the blood of the whole body will slowly turn cold. Then, it will condense, and the person will die. I can't do anything about this. The complexions of the 2 men turned deathly pale. Then, how should we treat him? Mr. Yu sighed and said, have you heard of the world's great wonder medicine? Chu Failing and Chu Fian opened their eyes wide. They stuttered and said, "Do we need to use the great wonder medicine? That was a legendary thing. Who had ever seen it?" "There's one thing called mysterious young jade essence. It's the best medicine to cure the cold poison in the old lord's body." Mr. Yu sighed and said, "Mysterious young jade essence grows in places where yang has no in. It's the most young medicine in the world. However, it's very rare to find. I've never heard of anyone finding it in the Double Heavens continent for tens of thousands of years." Chu Failing and the others were startled. "If we can't find the mysterious young jade essence, we can also find the mysterious young jade." Mr. Yu took a step back. "We'll go and look for it immediately." Chu Failing's face exposed a resolute look. "Time is of the essence," Mr. Yu reminded. "I have a 1,000-year-old raging fire ginseng in my hands. Its raging fire can temporarily dispel the cold poison. It can guarantee the old lord's health for a year. But it's hard to say if he'll be fine after a year's time." Mr. Yu paused for a moment. Then, he reminded, "This kind of elixir doesn't necessarily belong to the upper three heavens. It can also be found in the lower three heavens. But the possibility of it being found in the lower three heavens is small. It can't be found in the upper three heavens. But the elixirs in the upper three heavens have almost been found. So, the possibility of it being found in the upper three heavens is higher." "That's good." Chu Failing made a prompt decision and said, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you stay in the upper three heavens. First, you must ensure that the clan doesn't get obliterated by the big clans because you can't complete the task. Second, you must look for the mysterious young jade essence and mysterious young jade in the upper three heavens." "Yes, big brother." The brothers accepted the order. "I'll go and look for it in the upper three heavens." "The lower three heavens." "Rualon, you go?" Chu Failing looked at the beautiful woman beside him. "All right." The beautiful woman's name was Yang Rualon. She was Chu Failing's wife. Their child had gone missing in the lower three heavens. Chu Failing had arranged for Yang Rualon to go to the lower three heavens to comfort his wife. "Brother Chu, you must pay special attention to the Tsanglan battlefront when you go to the lower three heavens." Mr. Yu said, "Spirit beasts run amok in the Tsanglan battlefront. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. There are few traces of people there. But it's because of this that the elixirs can grow. You must know this. Moreover, this is a critical juncture in the battle against the 3 Stars Divine Clan. So, the news of you going to the lower three heavens must be kept a secret. Don't let the big clans know. The sooner you come back, the better." Chapter 411. 3 days, Mo Clan. Mo Qingwu's life had become better ever since the important men of the various aristocratic clans had come to visit her. However, Mo Qingwu's father, Mo Xingchun, discovered that his little daughter was becoming more and more taciturn. Every day, she would stay in her little courtyard. Apart from practicing martial arts, she would hold the scabbard and stare blankly. Her character had changed from the original lively and adorable to a quiet and introverted one. At such a young age, she seemed to have a lot on her mind. She would no longer hug his neck and sweetly call him father. She would also no longer reveal a sweet smile whenever she saw someone. Occasionally, when she met a clan member, she would only glance at them with indifferent expressions and then calmly walk past them. A little girl who was only a few months away from turning 11 years old. This kind of melancholy and quiet was like a 20-year-old girl who had suffered a great blow and closed herself off from the world. It made people feel uncomfortable when they saw it. When he took away her scabbard, whenever his daughter saw him, she would plead with tearful eyes, "Father, please return my scabbard to me." But now, she no longer made this request. It was as if the scabbard had never appeared in her life. However, Mo Xingchun knew that the scabbard had truly left an indelible scar on his daughter's heart. Her eyes no longer held hope, no longer begged. Even the toys and jewelry that her father, Mo Xingchun, occasionally bought for her could not arouse a trace of emotion in her eyes. She would only say, "Thank you, father." Then, she would not say anything else. As for those jewelry, she had never worn them before. She was only dressed in red. On her head, There was only that monotonous red cloud steel butterfly, spreading its wings and ready to fly. In her hand, there was only that tattered scabbard. Only when she saw these two things would Imo Qingwu's eyes reveal a sincere desire. She seemed to be hoping for something, but she would never say it out loud. Mo Tianji had been working hard in the Zhonglan battlefront. He constantly ordered people to bring back strange and wonderful things for his little sister. However, Imo Qingwu did not show any expression. He tidied up an empty room and sealed all these things inside. Once, when someone came back and mentioned to Imo Qingwu that the second prince hoped that the young miss would write a letter back, Imo Qingwu said indifferently, "Second brother has great ambitions. He won't need my letter." It was said that Imo Tianji almost broke down when he heard this. From then on, he worked even harder. He worked even harder to build up his own team. He was preparing to snatch back the position of the first successor from Imo Tianyun's hands. Then, he would make proper arrangements for his younger sister. Right now, he was only the second duke. He did not have the authority to arrange such important matters. He knew that his younger sister was sad, but he, Imo Tianji, wanted a long time. A moment of happiness could not cover up a lifetime of gloom. Only when she was by her mother's side would Imo Qingwu's eyes reveal her true feelings. Unwillingness, reluctance, resentment, and helplessness towards this family. Her little heart clearly knew that her family had abandoned her. She was already abandoned by her family. During this period of time, the family had been indifferent to her. Occasionally, they would send their greetings purely because of GMO, Dong Wushang, and other brothers with boundless prospects. This made the family realize that there was still something worth investing in her. So, they slightly changed their attitude. But this change in attitude was for the sake of fighting for greater benefits. Although Imo Qingwu was young, how could she not know that growing up in a big family? If these few dukes showed interest in her, the family would probably immediately arrange a marriage for her and contact an important ally, especially the great elder Imo Wu Xian. It was said that he already had this thought and had secretly conveyed this message to GMO, Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, Rui Budong, and the others. If not for the fact that they all rejected her because of her young age, I'm afraid that she would have already been someone's fiancée by now. "Young miss, madam invites you over for a moment." The maid reported. "Okay." Imo Qingwu stood up lightly. Compared to when she was in the lower three heavens, she was already half a head taller, but her figure was still very thin and weak. She slowly walked out of the room. During this time, she had been practicing martial arts with greater effort, but it was to no avail. Moreover, once the spiritual power was channeled to her chest, when it was channeled, she would feel pain and it wouldn't flow smoothly. This made her feel even more hopeless. "Little Wu, you're here." Madame Imo looked at her younger daughter with some heartache. She had always seen the changes in her daughter during this time, and her heart ached for her, but she was powerless to do anything. Although she was Imo Qingwu's biological mother, she was still only a woman. In this big world where male power reigned supreme and men had many wives and concubines, the status of women was very low. She had no say in the family's affairs. She had no other choice but to accept the family's decision. "Mother, are you looking for me for something?" Imo Qingwu's eyes flashed. "Well, little Wu, you'll be 11 in a month, right?" Madame Mo's eyes flashed with a trace of love. "You'll be 11 next month on the 7th day of the 7th month." Imo Qingwu's heart suddenly thumped, and an inexplicable fear shrouded her heart. Why is mother asking about my age? Could it be? "Well, my little Wu has become a big girl in the blink of an eye," Madame Imo said with a sad and frustrated smile. 11 years old? I remember when I was 11 years old. I was already engaged to your father. What? Imo Qingwu took a step back and looked at Madame Imo in a panic. "Mother, you?" "The Imo clan has been in a precarious situation lately." Madame Imo sighed. "Your eldest brother and second brother's quarrel has become more and more intense. The strength of the clan has also weakened. This isn't a good thing for the entire clan. Therefore, the great elder has been discussing with your father to see if they can find a strong and reliable ally for the Imo clan." Madame Imo said with some difficulty. Imo Qingwu's face turned deathly pale. Her body trembled as she looked at her mother. Therefore, they wanted to arrange a marriage for you as soon as possible. Madame Imo helplessly looked at her daughter. The Ming clan came to propose marriage at this time. The Ming clan? Imo Qingwu's face was deathly pale as she stammered. An intense hatred flashed in her eyes. Yes, the Ming clan. And the Ming clan has also produced a stunning young expert this time. He's the current Grand Duke of the Ming clan, Meng Luo. Meng Luo is 23 years old this year. But he's the undisputed #1 expert among the younger generation of the Ming clan. In fact, he has already broken through to the king-level expert realm. Madame Mo's lips were somewhat bitter. Meng Luo was correct. This Meng Luogong was indeed a king-level expert. He could be regarded as outstanding among the younger generation of the three heavens in terms of strength. It could be said that he was at the peak of the younger generation, apart from a limited number of people. Such a talented young man was indeed the best son-in-law of a major clan. But this Meng Luogong had already married. Moreover, he had wives and concubines. Moreover, the Ming clan had come forward to propose marriage. And he had benefited from it all. This was also a means for Meng Luo to enhance the strength of the Ming clan. He didn't care about the status of this woman in the clan. He also didn't care about her appearance or aptitude. He only wanted to use this method to increase the influence of the Ming clan. Therefore, Meng Luo had come to propose marriage when he had heard that the daughter of the Imo clan, Imo Qingwu, had lost her 3 meridians. However, Imo Qingwu had been only a year and a half at that time. So, it had been too easy for people to take advantage of her. But she was now 11 years old. So, she naturally didn't have such misgivings. Generally speaking, the daughters of major clans who weren't very successful would get married at this age. Therefore, Meng Luo had come to propose marriage. However, this was something that the Imo clan couldn't wish for. The Imo clan had serious internal strife at the moment. So, they needed such an ally. I don't agree no matter who he is. Imo Qingwu firmly bit her lips. Mother, my father had promised me that he wouldn't force me. I don't want to become a marriage tool for the clan. But your father had promised you. Madame Imo helplessly sighed. She thought in her heart, you had 3 divine meridians when your father had promised you. A woman with 3 divine meridians would have a limitless future. So, she naturally couldn't be married off so hastily. But you don't have it now. The clan has always been very good to me. It has been very good since I was a child. But it was only because of my 3 divine meridians. Imo Qingwu's lips trembled. So, the clan gave up when my 3 divine meridians were destroyed. They didn't care about her at all, and treated her as if she was a puppy. But, mother, even if it was a puppy, it would still need to be petted and affectionate sometimes. But your daughter's 3 meridian was gone, and no one cared about her? And now, you want to use the body and happiness of this useless daughter who has already been crippled in exchange for an ally. Imo Qingwu hissed, Mother, am I your daughter? Am I the flesh and blood of the Imo clan? Why is our Imo clan so indifferent and ruthless? I already knew that my fate wouldn't be very good. Immortal. Other clans would also ask for the daughter's opinion when they choose her husband and decide her marriage. So, why did you come and tell me directly when it came to me? Madame Mo's appearance was tantamount to the conclusion of this matter. It was up to Madame Imo to make the final persuasion. Although Imo Qingwu was young, she was well aware of this. But the great elder has already decided on this matter. Madame Imo looked at her daughter helplessly. Your father can't do anything. Father can't wait to agree to this matter, right? Imo Qingwu said sorrowfully, and even somewhat mockingly. Madame Imo was speechless for a while. Suddenly, she said with a trembling voice, Xiao Wu, I can't do anything. We are one clan. This matter, I can't agree. If you want me to agree, I have to ask someone first. Imo Qingwu wanted to say, over my dead body. But, as she said this, she suddenly thought of someone. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope. As long as he agrees, or if he doesn't care about me, I will agree. Madame Imo sensed the light and happiness in her daughter's eyes at this moment. It was as if that was her last hope. Her heart couldn't help but tighten as she asked, Who? Chapter 412. The owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber? Great Elder Mo Wu Xin muttered to himself. He rolled his eyelids and asked, "Did that little girl really say that?"
Yes.
Emo Xingchun sat upright on the chair and rubbed his brows. Haha, I don't know who the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber is. He gave such a precious saber to a little girl as a plaything. Emo Wu Xin paced 2 steps. He then said with a gloomy smile, "But Tianji once said that the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber is treating the little girl's damaged 3 meridians with a miracle medicine. It seems that he said that it would take a year or 3 years." That's true. Emo Xingqin's eyes lit up. He recalled what Emo Tianji had said when Emo Tianji and Emo Qingwu had returned to the clan. Our Emo clan will have a promising expert if little Wu's 3 meridians can be restored. In fact, she will be more likely to advance to the emperor level than Tianji and Tianyun. Emo Wu Xian muttered to himself, "It's a pity that such a promising daughter will become Ming Luo's concubine. But, yes, the problem now is whether the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber is confident in curing the 3 meridians. We will miss a powerful ally of the Ming clan if we don't have confidence." Emo Xingchun sighed deeply. So, we wait for another year? Emo Wu Xian seemed to be asking himself. He then said, "Let's use her young age as an excuse. Generally, a girl from an aristocratic family must be at least 12 years old when she gets engaged, as long as it's not an arranged marriage since childhood. I believe that the Ming clan won't have any objections, but we must form an alliance with the prospective in-laws during this time. This is also good. We can make plans again if little Wu's 3 meridians can be cured after a year. After all, Ming Luo isn't asking for an outstanding beauty as a concubine. He only wants a powerful ally." Emo Wu Xian chuckled. "Great Elder, you're right. Moreover, I'm most curious about the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber. He may not be able to cure little Wu's 3 meridians, but he's certainly not an ordinary person. I can use him." Emo Wu Xian's eyes flashed as he said, "But we'll talk about this later. We'll talk about it when he arrives. But what if he doesn't come within a year? If you don't come within a year, then Qingwu will become a member of the Ming clan. Our Emo clan has already done our utmost benevolence by delaying for a year for the sake of the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber," Emo Wu Xian said coldly. It seemed that delaying the marriage of his Emo clan's daughter for a year was giving face to an outsider. "This matter is settled then," Soul Fighter said indifferently. Watching Emo Xingchen hurriedly leaving, Emo Wu Xian's face exposed a trace of a smile, as he muttered to himself, "That person could casually gift out the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber. How could he not have an even more formidable treasure? As long as he came to the Emo clan, even if he had great ability, where could he go? The Emo clan would immediately become powerful if they could obtain the formidable resources in his hands and control him. How could an ally of the Ming clan compare to such a huge benefit? After all, the clan master of Constellation is still a little narrow-minded. Delay for a year?" Emo Qingwu opened her eyes and looked at her father. "Yes, wait for the person who gave you the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber," Mo Xingchun said. "But if there is no news after a year, Sai?" "I understand." Emo Qingwu was extremely intelligent. Moreover, she had grown up in such a big clan. So, how could she not understand after hearing this sentence? Just like the younger brothers of the imperial family who were 7 or 8 years old, they knew how to scheme against each other to fight for the throne. The younger brothers of the aristocratic clans were also instilled with the concept of the clan's interests from an early age. Perhaps, a child of an ordinary family wouldn't have such awareness even at the age of 20. This was the difference. How could Emo Qingwu not understand that her clan had taken a fancy to the owner of the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber? Moreover, it was a win-win situation. Either they could obtain the resources of the owner of the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber, or they could directly obtain this talent, or they could sell her out and become an ally of the Ming clan and obtain the support of the Ming clan. However, there was only one key person in the final analysis, and that was herself. She had no value, but suddenly became a cripple again. At this moment, Emo Qingwu suddenly became disheartened. "I understand." Emo Qingwu gently turned around and didn't look at her father. "Little Wu, we are a clan." Imo Xing Chun helplessly sighed. "I know, father. You can go back," Imo Qingwu coldly said. Then, she suddenly remembered Chu Yang's words. She couldn't help but turn around again and looked at her father indifferently. She then said in a low voice, "A clan is a clan, but a clan without human feelings and with only interests won't last long. When the time comes for destruction, even if 100 daughters are sacrificed and married off, the clan will still be destroyed. A clan that uses its own flesh and blood as tools." Imo Qingwu bit her lips and slowly said, "It's better to have none." Imo Xing Chen's facial muscles twisted. He suddenly shouted, "Evil creature! What nonsense are you talking about?" He raised his hand and was about to slap her. Imo Qingwu stubbornly raised her face and looked at her father. Her eyes were clear and sorrowful. Imo Xing Chen finally put down his hand. Looking at his daughter's clear eyes, he suddenly felt ashamed. He coldly snorted and flicked his sleeves to leave, leaving only one sentence. "You have a year's buffer. I hope you think carefully. You are a daughter of the Imo clan. When it's time to sacrifice for the clan, you have to contribute yourself to the clan. Otherwise, what's the point of the clan raising you?" "What's the point of the clan raising me?" Imo Qingwu stood powerlessly. Suddenly, she shouted in her heart, "Do parents raise their children for their usefulness? Do clans raise their children for their interests? Even an ordinary clan wouldn't be so heartless, right? I don't want this kind of clan. I don't want it. Brother Chu Yang, Brother Imo, come quickly. I really can't stay here any longer. I really want to leave this place." Imo Qingwu's trembling hands hugged the scabbard tightly and curled up on the ground. It was the middle of summer, but she felt that her heart and body were ice cold. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. This was a three-way junction, but it had turned into a small town, or rather, a small market. Originally, there was only a lonely restaurant here. Although it was lonely, it provided a place for pedestrians to rest. Especially at the entrance of Tsanglan battlefront, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Moreover, anyone who came here wasn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people couldn't come here. Therefore, even if they weren't rich, they still had some family background. Since the establishment of the restaurant, inns slowly appeared, followed by gambling houses, and then brothels. Slowly, all kinds of businesses started here, and it gradually developed into a market. Here, as long as you can think of it, it's all here. Even if you can't think of it, it's all here. Here, you can buy and sell, you can trade, you can also pawn, and you can even relax in all kinds of ways. At the entrance of all these businesses, there was no exception. There was a sign indicating where these so-called buyers and sellers came from, which power they belonged to. For example, a certain indirectly typed out the words, Black Devil in these 4 words. There was also the Eastern Restaurant, Gu Restaurant, and so on. Of course, most of the places had 2 rows of green bamboo planted in front of their doors, and these places were often the most popular places for business. There was no other reason. It was safe. Who didn't know that the 3 Heavens Bamboo was the biggest underworld organization? There were many such markets in Tsanglan battlefront, but every one of them was thriving. For example, this largest and most luxurious restaurant had 2 rows of green bamboo in front of its door. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered, and he slowly walked into the restaurant. There was still an hour before the meal time, but the restaurant was already crowded with people. Most people were drinking tea and talking loudly. Tea houses and wine shops were the places where news spread the fastest. As soon as Chu Yang walked up, the people at the entrance of the restaurant suddenly felt a cold aura appear. Moreover, it gradually pervaded the air and shrouded over. Did an expert appear? These people were frequent visitors of Tsanglan battlefront. Which one of them didn't have sharp eyes? Suddenly, their hearts trembled, and they turned their heads to look. They saw a black-clothed youth with an indifferent face and a black robe appear at the entrance of the stairs. Then, he took a step forward and looked around. His malicious eyes seemed to be looking for a seat. A waiter immediately greeted him. "Guest, please come in. May I ask if you want to drink tea or eat?" "Wine and food," Chu Yang said coldly. He casually took out an ingot of gold and said, I want a seat in the middle. The middle was the most central table in the entire restaurant. Sitting here, one didn't need to use martial power to hear all the movements in all four directions. It was the best seat to gather information and inquire about information. Generally, people who asked for this seat were people who needed a lot of information, or people who were nosy. This was also the custom of the 3 days. When Chu Yang put forward this request, the waiter immediately understood. The waiter held the gold in his hand and turned his head somewhat awkwardly. He looked at the middle table and saw that it was already occupied by 2 people. His face revealed a difficult expression. "It's okay. You go and get the wine and food. I will take care of it," Chu Yang said lightly. The waiter nodded fiercely and revealed an expression of, "So it's an old customer." Then, he left in a relaxed manner. This was also the custom. This restaurant was Bamboo's restaurant. Chu Yang put forward the request and took out the gold and gave Bamboo face. It was also equivalent to using an ingot of gold to buy a pass. As long as I don't go too far, Bamboo can't interfere with me after receiving the gold. Chu Yang's body floated over, and with a strong cold aura, he stood beside the table and said lightly, "You too. Have you eaten and drunk enough?" The strong cold aura seemed to have found its target and rushed towards these 2 people like a flash flood. Chapter 413. 3 Heavens, the Law of the Jungle. Chu Yang had always remembered that strength was the reason. If you tried to reason with people, they would think that you were a coward. Therefore, he didn't want to reason with people in 3 Heavens this time. "We are from the Black Devil clan." Both of them were revered martial artists. They felt Chu Yang's powerful aura and didn't dare to act rashly. But they quickly revealed their backgrounds. "Well, you are from the Black Devil clan. Go down." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He thought, "If you weren't from the Black Devil clan, I wouldn't have bothered to teach you." A sharp, murderous aura surged out. The faces of the 2 Black Devil clan agents turned pale. They immediately stood up and said, "We will gift you this seat. Leave your name. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. There will be a time when we will be intimate." "Nonsense. If you don't leave, you will die." Chu Yang snorted coldly. The 2 black-clothed men looked at him with hatred. Then, they got up and went downstairs. The waiter quickly tidied up the table. Then, Chu Yang sat down leisurely. It must be said that the feeling of bullying people was very good. Especially, the people he was bullying were from the Black Devil clan. The restaurant became silent for a while. Chu Yang stood up and gently smiled. He then cupped his fists in all directions and lightly said, "I think everyone is very clear about the purpose of occupying this table. I just want to know some new information, such as the current situation and the status of the big clans. Haha, everyone, don't be afraid. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Of course, I won't let you down if I get the information I want from your discussions." Everyone let out an "oh." There was some schadenfreude in their eyes. But it was completely gone now. This guy had offended the Black Devil clan as soon as he arrived. He was like a hothead, but his words were like an experienced Jianghu person. Especially the last sentence, "If I get the information I want, I won't let you down." This sentence could only be said by an experienced Jianghu person. Moreover, this sentence clearly showed that this person needed a lot of information. Even he found it difficult to choose the focus. So, he chose this method. Everyone talked, and he listened to himself. Fuck, what kind of old fox would think of such a method, however? This person's cultivation is obviously not low. If we're talking about something that he's interested in, what kind of benefits can he offer? "Hey, have you heard? The 2 brothers from the Ji clan had a quarrel with the Gao clan. I heard that the 2nd Duke of the Ji clan, GMO, and the Grand Duke of the Gao clan, Gao Shang, were jealous of each other. The 2 of them fought to the death." At the table next to them, a person suddenly changed the topic and talked about the anecdotes of the past 3 days. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. GMO? GMO and Gao Shang were jealous of each other? His interest was immediately piqued. With a flip of his hand, an ingot of glistening yellow gold landed on the table of the 2 men. There was a total of 10 taels. The 2 turned their heads to look at him in surprise. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, meaning, continue. The two of them were unable to contain their joy. They put the gold in their pockets and began to talk about the love history of Duke GMO and Duke Gao Sheng. When the others saw this, their eyes immediately lit up. Damn it, we can earn gold just by saying a few words? How could there be such a good thing? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the restaurant became lively. Hey, do you know who are the 8 Grand Dukes of the Zhonglan battlefront? The speaker winked. It was obviously for Chu Yang to hear. 8 Grand Dukes? Chu Yang flipped his hand, and another ingot of gold flew out. Speaking of the situation in the Zhonglan battlefront, Pa, another ingot of gold. Have you heard of the genius young master of the Shua clan, Shua Duxing? Pa, an ingot of gold. Do you know the top 10 experts of the younger generation? Pa, I heard that the 2 brothers of the Mo clan are fighting each other fiercely. Pa, damn it, where did this guy get so much gold from? He threw it out like a pile of mud, igniting the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. The power of gold was extraordinary. Everyone was scrambling to talk about it, but they were all very tactful. Sometimes, they would throw out a topic first and then wait for others to finish talking about it. Often, people who did this would get a look of approval from Chu Yang, and then they would get an extra ingot of gold. As for gold, Chu Yang had a lot of it. After looting the treasury of the Great Zhao Imperial Palace, even Calamity Sword did not hesitate to absorb the power of gold. Now, he still had a lot of gold besides. If he really did not have money, there were so many aristocratic families in the 3 heavens. If he did not like them, he would just go in and rob them. Therefore, Chu Yang did not feel the least bit of heartache. Then, everyone found that even some rumors and anecdotes that had long since become popular, this guy was still excitedly throwing gold ingots over. This discovery made everyone wild with joy. Some people were even earning their 2nd and 3rd ingots of gold. This restaurant directly became a press conference. Later, people who wanted to come in and eat could not come in. Chu Yang even threw out a bag of gold and bought the entire wine cellar. Chu Yang also gradually straightened out his train of thought while everyone was talking excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. So, the situation in the 3 heavens was like this. After the 3 Stars Divine Clan had wreaked havoc for a period of time, they had encountered the joint resistance of all the forces in the 3 heavens. Now, they had somewhat restrained themselves and retreated along the raging Fire Mountain range. From the looks of it, they seemed to have returned to their original state of minding their own business. However, the aristocratic families had already tasted the sweetness. The spirit beast cores they had obtained during this period of time, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had far surpassed what they had obtained in the past by several times. This was a huge fortune. Now, who didn't want to obtain more? The 3 Stars Divine Clan had retreated, and the aristocratic families had naturally begun to fight among themselves for resources. This was a chaotic world. G Clan, Mo Clan, Gao Clan, Black Devil Clan, Ao Clan, Ming Clan, Shua Clan, Luo Clan, Dong Clan, Xie Clan, Li Clan, Tian Clan, Tu Clan, Zhao Clan, Huyin Clan, O Clan, Huangfu Clan, Li Clan. Dozens of big clans and hundreds of small clans spanned across the entire 3 heavens. They had turned this area into a chaotic battlefield, and in this endless battle for resources, a few young experts appeared out of nowhere, revealing their outstanding talents. The Ao clan's eldest duke, Ao Xieyun, had triumphantly advanced all the way to the 4th grade of king level. He had become the indisputable number 1 person among the younger generation of the 3 heavens. Moreover, his actions were secretive, and he often did not take the usual path. But he was very effective. Therefore, people had given him the nickname Evil Duke. The Shua clan's young clan lord, Shua Duxing, had led his clan to the north and south. His strength had smoothly broken through to the 2nd grade of king level. However, he was a sword cultivator and a 2nd grade of sword king level. This proved that his strength was above everyone else's. Therefore, he was tied with Ao Xieyun for the 1st place. Moreover, because of Shua Duxing's unique characteristics, no matter where he stood, he seemed to be aloof from the world. He was incompatible with everyone else. Therefore, People had given him the nickname Lone Traveler. The Mo clan's eldest duke, Missouri Tianyun, and the second duke, Missouri Tianji, had broken through to king level at almost the same time. Mo Tianji's divine foresight was flawless, and he came up with hundreds of schemes. People called him Master of Calculation and Manipulation. Mo Tianyun was given the nickname Tianyun by people. He was aloof, and the limelight was unparalleled. There were no exceptions. There was also another pair of brothers who had broken through at the same time. The Ji clan's eldest duke, Jiju, and the second duke, Gmo, had broken through to king level at the same time in Songlan battlefront. They were called the Ji clan's twin bears. Well, they were not Xiong as in hero, but Xiong as in bear. Because these two brothers were lazier than bears, the Dong clan's Jiang Wushang had rushed into the ranks of the experts with an unimaginable saber. He had broken through to the first grade of Saber King and was given the nickname Black Saber. Since Dong Wushang's Black Saber had been born, the other sabers of the Black Saber clan could not be compared to it. Dong Wushang had also become the representative of the Dong clan. The Luo clan's eldest duke, Luo Kuwu, led the clan. However, the second duke, Luo Ku-di, had broken through to king level and was called Wolf Sword King. The Xie clan's Xie Danxiong had shaken Songlan battlefront with his viburnum flower. The viburnum flower had unparalleled power and was called the ancestor of hidden weapons. Xie Danxiong had broken through to king level and had become one of the leading figures of the younger generation. Other people like Tu Qianhao, Li Xiongtu, Odu Xiao, Meng Luo, Huangfu Wanyin, Tianbu Hui, and others had also become prominent. The entire three heavens seemed to have entered a new era. The heroes of the younger generation were emerging one after another. The 8 great dukes were Ao Xieyun, Mo Tianyun, Shua Duxing, Dong Wulei, Xie Danxiong, Gao Shang, Meng Luo, and Tianbu Hui. And the top 10 experts were other people: Shua Duxing, GMO, Luo Ku-di, Dong Wushang. And these few brothers had occupied half of the top 10 experts. In short, there was only one word that could describe the current situation of the three heavens: chaos. These guys seemed to be doing well. Chu Yang held a wine cup in one hand and stroked his chin with the other as he pondered in his heart. They are one of the top 10 experts and 8 great dukes. They are very awesome. As for the fight between GMO and Gao Shang, it was even more fiery. GMO had obtained the support of the Dong clan, Luo clan, and Shua clan at the same time. He wanted to snatch a tooth from the tiger's mouth and snatch his wife away. Gao Shang didn't like Huyin Aobo, but he couldn't swallow the fact that his wife had been snatched away. Moreover, this matter involved the prestige of his clan. Therefore, Grand Duke Gao didn't want to be outdone. He joined forces with the Li clan, Tu clan, Meng clan, and several other clans to prepare for battle. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of wine on the table when he heard such a thing. He hadn't seen Gao Shang before, but he had seen Huyin Aobo. Chu Yang had experienced it himself. It wasn't a lie to say that she was a heroine and a heroine. But that Miss Huyin and GMO don't seem to be on good terms. Chu Yang thought of Miss Huyin's stocky back and bear's waist. She had big shoulders and a round waist. She was majestic and tall, and she was powerful and domineering. Then he thought of GMO's frail body, which was as thin as a chicken. He shook his head again and again. No matter what, he couldn't connect these two people to the same bed in his heart. That was purely a big bear ravaging a small white rabbit. Moreover, that small white rabbit was a man. Chapter 414. Do you know? That Master GMO once said on the spot, "It's hard to find a bosom friend in life, especially a bosom friend. What's even harder is that this bosom friend can fall in love. I, GMO, have found my spring, my lover, my lover. I will fight for my love to the end. Even if Gao Shang is a demon, I will save my princess from the demon's hands." That dear friend used a tone of admiration to recite GMO's declaration of love. Chu Yang collapsed on the spot. Because this guy had a bit of a duck's voice, imitating GMO's words was somewhat different. Chu Yang directly heard it as it's hard to find a chicken in life, especially a chicken in a bosom friend. After a long while, he understood and couldn't help but choke. What a colorful life this was. Chu Yang was a little envious. Regarding the achievements of the brothers, Chu Yang wasn't surprised that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang could break through to the king level. But Luo Kadi and GMO also broke through. That really surprised him. But there were two pieces of news that he wanted to hear the most. One was news about Imo Qingwu, and the other was news about Meng Chaoran and Tan Tan. By the time he finished collecting all this information, it was already early evening. The huge flow of information made Chu Yang's head temporarily fill up with a kind of sudden state. For a moment, he actually couldn't decide where to start. No matter what he did, he felt that it was a little rash. His brothers now didn't have his help, but each of them was doing well. If he went up and used the resources of Calamity Sword to forcefully improve them, it wouldn't be good for their future. Moreover, as long as he was there, they would have an invisible mentality of dependence. This was not good for their long-term development at all. This kind of dependence even included Gu Duxing. That lonely person, maybe he himself also realized his dependence on Chu Yang. So he resolutely returned to the upper three heavens. He even chose to throw out the hatred of the Gu brothers to let his heart continue to be lonely. As for Mo Qingwu, what was the attitude of the Mo clan? What were their plans? What were their thoughts? These all needed Chu Yang to slowly investigate. If he rushed in rashly, Chu Yang dared to guarantee that he would be eaten up by the old foxes of the Mo clan. The situation of the Mo clan had been reversed after Mo Tianji had come to power. But the greedy and cunning nature of those people had left a deep impression on Chu Yang, especially since Mo Qingwu was still a member of the Mo clan. This point needed to be carefully planned. The situation in the three heavens was chaotic. Where should he start? Chu Yang ate the food and wine as he pondered with rapt attention. He wanted to find his own way out of this mess. After the meal, he deliberately bought a lot of dried beef and found an opportunity to put it into the space without anyone noticing. Then, he went downstairs and walked out. The sky had already darkened. If they were looking for a place to stay, there were plenty of it here, and it was also safe. But Chu Yang didn't want to live here. He chose the forest. Every night in the mountain forest was the time when the spiritual qi was the most abundant and suitable for cultivation. In the inn, it was a little noisy, and the wine, women, avarice, and temper made the air a lot more turbid. Chu Yang didn't want to waste any of his cultivation time. Just as he walked out, he noticed that someone was following him. Chu Yang curled his lips and sneered. He swaggered out of the street and walked along the main road in a very ostentatious manner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air was heard. A strange voice rang out, "The god of wealth in front. Please wait. Please wait." Hehehe. Chu Yang stopped in his tracks. In an instant, 7 or 8 people surrounded him. The two in the lead were the 2 people he had chased away. "Young man, you have quite a lot of gold and quite overbearing." The skinny man looked at Chu Yang eerily. "You actually dare to lay your hands on us, brothers. You must be tired of living." Chu Yang glanced at him coldly. "Cut the crap. Tell me what you want. My time is very precious. I'm not interested in wasting time with you." The crowd parted, and a big man walked out. "Young master? Hehe. Which clan's young master of the 3 heavens dares to be so rude in front of the Black Devil?" Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He said slowly, "A king-level master?" The big man snorted coldly. With an insufferably arrogant aura, he shouted, "What? Are you afraid? Young man, hand over the things on your body, and then slit your own throat. I'll leave your corpse intact." His body shook, and a fierce and eerie aura spread out. In the air above his head, the aura condensed and slowly condensed into a crown. "You want to kill me, right?" Chu Yang asked very modestly. "Don't tell me you still want to live?" The king-level master of the Black Devil was clearly a second-stage martial artist. He looked at the young man in front of him with some ridicule. In his heart, the young man was already in his hands. He could do whatever he wanted with him. "Very good." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "I was worried that I didn't have a reason to kill you." He raised his head. "People are raised by their parents. It's not easy for them to grow up. So every time I kill someone, I need a reason to kill. Congratulations. Because you fit the reason for me to kill. The big man looked at Chu Yang's calm eyes. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. For the first time, he felt some regret. This guy was too evil. He didn't seem like a simple fat sheep. He should have investigated thoroughly before making his move. But he didn't have time to regret, because Chu Yang had already made his move. He had already used his killing move. A little bit of cold knowledge. Chu Yang's voice was long and slow. He unsheathed his long sword with a clang sound. His eyes instantly became sharper than the sword light. The sword light spread out with a bang sound. It carried a fierce, murderous intention. It exploded in this dark night sky like a firework. A kind of fierce aura that belonged to a swordsman suddenly filled the air. That king-level master was shocked. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Zhan's Sword King. He was scared out of his wits. He desperately pulled out his saber to block the attack and quickly retreated. He clearly understood that the opponent was a Sword King. Even if he was only a first-grade Sword King, he wasn't someone an ordinary second-grade king-level master like him could deal with. He even forgot about regret now. Soldiers were afraid. There was only one word left in his mind. Run for your life. The sword light flashed and disappeared, but the king-level master felt a chill. In front of him, a sword as bright as snow illuminated his panicked face. He raised his head in fear and saw Chu Yang's indifferent face. It seemed that a few lives couldn't change this face. Your Excellency, let's talk. Let's talk. The big man's forehead was sweating like soybeans. He looked at the long sword in front of him like a viper. His voice was trembling as he spoke. Bang, bang. At this time, the 7 people who had been petrified by the sword light fell down one by one. Their throats were violently spurting out blood. However, his throat had been pierced by Chu Yang in that split second. Chu Yang had attacked without mercy. One sword had killed 7 people, and one had been restrained. You're from the Hayamo clan, aren't you? Chu Yang lightly asked. His cold voice seemed to contain supreme authority. Yes. The big man felt that his hands and feet were almost numb. He had a saber in his hand, but he didn't dare to lift it. This Sword King's cultivation is so terrifying. We're both king-level masters, but I don't have any power to fight back. The long sword is pointed at my throat. Well, what's your name? Chu Yang's eyes were somewhat gentle. I'm Li Da. Li Da's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. It seems I won't die for the time being. Li Da, good name. Second-grade king-level expert, but your courage is a little putrid. Chu Yang nodded. A little putrid? Motherfucker. I'm not a putrid old man. If he coughed too loudly, there would be a bloody hole in his throat. Li Da wanted to cry. He had heard from his subordinates that there was a super fat sheep. He had given away dozens of gold ingots. Moreover, he had a conflict with 2 of his subordinates. So, he had come to seek revenge. And he had also thought that he could make a small fortune. Who would have thought that he would provoke such a killer? He's my mother. 7 people died in a head-on clash. I'm actually a benevolent person. Chu Yang sighed in melancholy. Li Da nodded again and again like a chicken pecking rice. He cursed in his heart. You killed 7 people with one sword strike. You didn't even blink your eyes. You're benevolent? That old man is simply a good man. But I have a deep enmity with your Hayamo clan. Chu Yang sighed. Enmity? Li Da's legs went soft. May I dare to ask, do you still remember the Emo clan? Chu Yang smiled coldly. You should know what you did to the Emo clan, right? Li Da's complexion turned deathly pale. This man is a member of the Emo clan? His heart turned ice cold. The Hayamo clan had enemies everywhere, but the most powerful clan was undoubtedly the Emo clan. Suddenly, a clang sound was heard. Chu Yang coldly shouted, Who's there? Then, a sword light flashed and pierced towards Li Da. Li Da desperately tried to raise his head, but a deep cut was made on his forehead. Then, another clang sound was heard. Li Da felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, he heard the killer in front of him angrily shout, Don't go if you have the guts. The sword light soared with a whooshing sound. Then, a subtle clang sound was heard. The killer had gone far away. Ancestor bless me. Li Da's face was badly mutilated. He was so grateful that he almost cried. This guy was lured away at such a critical moment. He obviously wanted to kill me to silence me when he was lured away. Lida's whole body was covered in cold sweat. His face had been cut so deep that his bones could be seen. His chest had been pierced 3 times. His flesh and blood had been torn apart. But one thing was certain. The 3 sword strikes on his chest seemed to have been obstructed by something. So, instead of piercing his heart, there was a strange upward wound. But who saved me? Forget it. I don't want to think about this. Let's go quickly. This time, when I return to the clan, I must recuperate for a few years. It's too dangerous outside. Chapter 415. Well, the sudden appearance of this MO clan's expert must be reported to the clan. It seems that the MO clan has begun to make a move against the Black Devil. Lida crawled up in a sorry state and fled in fear. He didn't even care about the corpses of his subordinates. At this moment, Chu Yong, who had been led away by someone, was sitting cross-legged on a hillside in the forest as if nothing had happened. He was guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body to cultivate. Who was leading him away? This guy was just deliberately mystifying things. This was a very simple move to sow discord. Moreover, the method was very clumsy. As for whether the Black Devil was plotting or not, what does it have to do with me? The 2 clans already have enmity. Even if I didn't sow discord, they would still fight to the death. However, I was just creating an excuse for them to make a move. As for whether they make a move or not, it doesn't matter. A mere 2nd grade king level master can be killed at any time. It's not a big deal. It's not a pity to let him go. Of course, it would be better if a war broke out between the 2 clans because of this. Little brother, do you have enmity with the MO clan? A clear and elegant voice rang out. It seemed to be right next to Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly felt his hair stand on end. This voice had appeared without any warning. He didn't even notice it in advance. Even a 2nd grade king level master couldn't do this. However, this person had done it. Didn't this mean that this person's martial power was far above his? Chu Yang, who was meditating, was shocked. He almost jumped up. However, he controlled himself and said indifferently, "Who is playing tricks?" A faint laughter sounded. There was a burst of dense air. A green-robed man appeared less than 30 feet in front of Chu Yang. He looked at Chu Yang with interest. Little brother's sword technique is really good. The green-robed man saw that Chu Yang's face was calm. He couldn't help but praise him. "It's you." Chu Yang's eyes flashed in the dark night. "You got me?" The green-robed man was surprised. "When I was in the restaurant, you appeared a quarter of an hour behind me. When you came in, people were talking about the 8 great dukes." Chu Yang said quietly, "After you came in, you found a seat near the window. You ordered 2 vegetables, a plate of peanuts, a plate of beef, and a pot of wine. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word. But you only ate a few peanuts, 3 slices of beef, and half a pot of wine. And after you came in, I booked the entire restaurant, and no one else came in." Chu Yang snorted. His memory could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Moreover, in these 3 days where danger lurked at every step and the strong preyed on the weak, how could he not pay more attention? The actions of the green-clothed man had been accurately described by him. Little brother's memory is truly admirable. You're absolutely right. The green-clothed man looked at him in surprise. It wasn't strange that he could remember him. What was strange was that he could even remember how much he had eaten and drunk. This was much more difficult. He said, "You can actually remember me, an insignificant person, in front of so many people." Chu Yang sat cross-legged and didn't move. He insipidly said, "This is nothing. The problem is, are you here to repay my kindness for a meal?" He smiled and raised his head. "The meal you ate in the restaurant was paid by me. I thought you were here to repay my favor." Little brother's memory is superb. I didn't expect your concentration to be even more amazing. The green-clothed man sighed, seeing little brother. "I can't help but feel a sense of appreciation for talent. Tell me why you're here. You shouldn't be here to chat with me." Chu Yang smiled insipidly. When this green-clothed man appeared, he knew that this man's cultivation was far above his own. But he had a very strange feeling. This man shouldn't hurt him. This was the first time for Chu Yang to have such a feeling in his 2 lives. Chu Yang himself also found it extremely strange. Why? Why do you think that he won't hurt you? Chu Yang, you aren't a moron, are you? You've never met a person before. He can crush you with 1 finger. But you're so sure that he won't hurt you the moment you meet him? You're simply crazy. But somehow, this clear feeling in his heart couldn't deceive him. So, Chu Yang's heart was conflicted. He immediately awakened the sword spirit. The sword spirit had been practicing martial arts ever since he had set up that strange formation in the tribulation space. He came out as soon as he heard Chu Yang's call. But he was startled. How did you provoke such a monster? Monster? Chu Yang asked in astonishment in his mind. He's indeed a monster. The sword spirit was very serious. This man is unfathomable for you. What about for you? Chu Yang snorted and asked, what's his cultivation? He's hiding his strength. But he's still a 5th grade Saber Emperor even after hiding his strength. He's already at the peak of Saber Emperor level if he doesn't hide his strength. He's about to break through to the Saber Monarch level. The sword spirit cautiously said, but you have to pay attention to the fact that he's carrying a sword with him. If that's the case, this person has been concealing his cultivation level for a very long time. Chu Yang understood the meaning behind the song. Yes, the sword spirit said, you have to be careful when dealing with him. Relax your mind at all times. If this man has evil intentions, I must take over your body and escape if necessary. Chu Yang's expression turned cold. The sword spirit's strength hadn't fully recovered yet. But he had been able to withstand the all-out attacks of hundreds of experts from Jingming Hun. Moreover, he had been enhanced by that strange big formation. But he still had to escape after taking over his body instead of killing the enemy? How powerful is this black-clothed man? The black-clothed man wrinkled his brows as this thought flashed in his mind. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an aura that was enough to make him feel fear. It was ancient and desolate, and it faintly swept over his body. It seemed that all his disguises had nowhere to hide under this aura. This obscure aura had only flashed for a moment, but it had still put him on guard from the bottom of his heart. I obviously won't chat with you, but I need your help. The black-clothed man smiled in a good-natured manner. Aren't you curious about my identity? What's the use of being curious? You've changed your appearance. So, will you tell me your real identity? Chu Yang coldly snorted. Ha ha ha. You have good taste. The black-clothed man laughed. He was getting more and more interested in this youngster. He didn't know why, but he had felt a sense of familiarity towards Chu Yang since he had first seen him in the restaurant. Therefore, he had decided to appear at this time. He had become more and more appreciative of Chu Yang after coming into contact with him. His memory, willpower, courage, and manner of speaking are far superior to me. But he is neither servile nor overbearing. Even I wasn't as good as him when I was his age, right? The black-clothed man suddenly wanted to know more about this youngster. His facial expression is very similar to my own when I was young. His facial features are also somewhat similar to mine. The black-clothed man seemed to have recalled something. He couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. You didn't panic when you saw me. You didn't run away. I want to know why. The black-clothed man smiled. He sat down cross-legged in front of Chu Yang. Do I need a reason? Chu Yang's heart relaxed. He smiled and said, if you came to kill me, the difference in our cultivation is too big. I wouldn't be able to escape. So, whether I panicked or ran away in fear, it would only give you a sense of pleasure. Since you came to kill me, you are my enemy. Why should I give you a sense of pleasure? Chu Yang smiled. Even if you want to kill someone, the feeling of killing a struggling person is different from killing a hero who doesn't change his expression even when death is near. Killing a hero doesn't make the heart feel good. No matter how great the hatred is, it is still the same. This is human psychology. Since I can't escape, I'll make sure that you won't feel satisfied even if you kill me. That's my revenge on you. Why should I run away to give you a sense of pleasure? The black-clothed man laughed and said, "Yes, but what if I didn't come to kill you? If you didn't come to kill me and have no hostility towards me, why should I panic and run away?" Chu Yang curled his lips. The black-clothed man was stunned. This youngster's way of dealing with people is really unique. "How old are you this year?" The black-clothed man sighed and asked. In his heart, he thought desolately, "If my son was still alive, he would be around this age. But he wouldn't have such achievements. Almost 20 years old." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He was playing a trick with this sentence. He was 18 years old now. But even in the entire heavenly layer, there was no one who became a sword king at the age of 18. He didn't want to be treated as a monster. Almost 20 years old gave people the illusion that he was 10 years old and would soon be 20 years old. Yes, becoming a sword king at 20 years old was also an amazing talent. But compared to being 18 years old, the impact was much smaller. At least, the geniuses of the clans in the upper three heavens could say this. Even if he was exposed in the future, he would have a reason to explain. "I said I was almost 20 years old, but I didn't say I was 10.5 years old. Is 18 years old not almost 20 years old? Not even 20 years old, so young." The black-clothed man indeed thought so. He sighed and his eyes flashed with a sense of loss. If my son was still alive, he would only be 18 years old, right? Thinking of this, he looked at Chu Yang's eyes and became calmer. This black-clothed man was Chu Fei Ling, who had come down from the upper three heavens to look for medicine. In order to make it easier to find medicine, he had chosen to come down from the nearest exit to the Zhonglan battlefront. But after coming down, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was against him. This sense of danger made him immediately react in such an unusual time. That was why he found Chu Yang. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid of delaying his search for medicine. Today, his thoughts were in a mess. He had written more than 13,000 words since he woke up in the wee hours of the morning. He had written several plots, but in the end, he overturned them all and started from here. His monthly votes had finally exploded. Today was the 24th. He had updated 80 chapters so far in the second month. On average, he updated 10,000 words a day. Many brothers are still saying that I'm not awesome. I feel wronged and depressed. What should I do to be awesome? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.